Welcome. It's Final Fantasy XI. Final Fantasy XI is an MMO that's like at least 20 years old. It has to run through a clunky, bespoke launcher that no longer does really anything except for launch Final Fantasy XI. It has many old MMO systems and so on. But I've always been curious about it, and I started trying it again for like the second or third time recently. I think I actually am interested in it. So, I would like to stream it, see where the story goes, and so on. I don't know like anything about the actual story of the game. And I don't know if I'll stream all of the game, like all of the story, but maybe. We'll find out. There's like a lot of it. And Play Online has a good soundtrack also, including a song called Hairy Worm, in case you didn't know. So, well, I mean, I guess what is there to do but begin, right? Get out of here, Hairy Worm. And there's Vana'diel March, a classic song. Welcome to the title screen. So, I still have the character from the last time I tried this around, though I'm not currently paying for her, so all we can do is say hello. We can say hello to Hi-Ho-Lobi. You see, the thing about Final Fantasy XI is that the way it generates default character name suggestions is that it takes a bunch of characters from your name, like your Play Online username, and then adds to them and then jumbles them around. So I think Mithra get a bunch of like extra H's probably. So it turned Boreal Robin into Hi-Ho-Lobi. But anyway, actual character this time, Octavie. I'm not a cat this time, I'm Elf, or Elvan. Currently a level 21 thief, which is not much. As far as what I've done in the game, I have messed around with most of the starting jobs, except for Red Mage, and that's really about it. I haven't done any story-related things. I figured out, like, starting fashion, and that's about it, also. So, here we have the Mog House. It is extremely empty, but you can actually decorate it. Many would probably argue that Final Fantasy XI solved player housing and then Final Fantasy XIV unsolved player housing, because everyone gets a Mog House. They have like 2 floors, you decorate them, the decorations have mechanical impact on the video game, to my understanding. I don't entirely know. But, yeah, as far as what we're going to do today, I suppose I will begin investigating the story. The thing with the story is, well, a few things with the story. There is a section of the story called The Rhapsodies of Vana'diel, which was added, like, after all of the major expansions, and sort of ties everything together. Sort of like a look back on everything that's happened and all that. But you're allowed to do that immediately? And you unlock many good prizes and bonuses for doing so. So people encourage people to do this even though it will make no sense. And there are some guides that like exist which recommend, in order to make it like make relatively enough sense, or like you can do the parts of Rhapsodies that give you the prizes that are helpful, I think. So what I'm going to be doing, I think, is combining multiple guides into deciding what to do. And therefore, I'm going to begin with the nation missions. The missions of the nation I have selected. Do like a few of those and then do some of the opening Rhapsodies things and pretend I have any idea what's going on. Consider it like a flash forward, I suppose. But there's a lot of ground to cover in the video game. Also, there are many menus and the UI is rather small. There's many equipments. There's a lot of things I could talk about for a while. As if I knew much at all. But for now, let's just leave the Mog House. Hello, welcome. What's your fortune for today? Ah, blessing. Congratulations.
The result is 7.
Keep this in mind. So, here we have the Republic of Bastok. The entire reason I chose Bastok is because one of the many guides I consulted suggested that it had the most navigatable layout of any of the starting towns. From the previous time I tried this game, I know that Windurst is very winding and convoluted in its layout. And I believe I heard that Sandoria was very, like, unnecessarily large. Grand pathways, arches, archways, all that sort of stuff. But, like, Bastok is relatively condensed. Story-wise, Bastok is like an industrial sort of nation. It's a little bit... I suppose you could compare it to Ul'dah. It's sort of the industrial sort of nation where there are classes of citizens that are not doing too well. On account of the rich and powerful, probably. But I don't really know that much about what's going on. I suppose we'll find out. I believe what I do to begin this story is go to a gate. Just sort of any gate, really. Not here. I believe I need to speak to a gate guard. And just be like, hey, can I do my nation story quest, please? Or something to that effect. And I don't know what that'll be like. I should also refresh my signet, among other things. Hello. Signet is a buff that you have to like go talk to someone to get that's like pretty important because it means you get resources for killing monsters that you wouldn't otherwise. But I don't know exactly who I speak to. I'm in charge of assigning missions to Bastokers who wish to serve their country. Sure. Hello, welcome, also. Good, this is your first time going on a mission, is it not? Your first assignment is not a difficult one. The details are as follows. You must go to the Zerun mines in the western section of the mines district. Once there, you are to collect a report from the overseer. You can consult the mission section of the main menu to review your objectives. Speed and efficiency are your priorities. Dismissed. Alright, we have to check up on the industrial part of the industrial nation, I suppose. So, missions. The western section of the Bastok Mines District. Deliver said report to Sir Naji, a musketeer stationed near the president's office. I've spoken to Naji before. One thing you might notice about this game, with regards to navigation, is that there is no mini-map. It is easy to acquire a mini-map if you use third-party programs, but if you use those, they're technically against the terms of service. So I would be thrown into prison and destroyed with lightning bolts or whatever. And I would prefer not to do that. So for the purposes of the stream, we're using the authentic experience. 30 FPS, no mini-map. No running Lua scripts in the background to automatically change my equipment without delay every time I do or do not do anything to optimize my stats and numbers, which will not be relevant until eye level 119, I believe. But that is a thing that people do. So let's see. Travel. I'm still not quite used to the menus or anything. So, the western part of the mines district, eh? I did also notice something a second ago with regards to the stream. Hold on. Okay, I'm unable to make facial expressions of any kind while Final Fantasy XI is running. It has monopolized all of the muscles in my face. For whatever reason. I suppose that's acceptable. Well, except for the blinking and speaking ones, of course. I also have no idea why there are giant tree monsters roaming around in the city. I have been informed that they are in every nation at this time. If you have controller vibration turned on, they do in fact make your controller rumble as well when they shake the screen like that. Here's Drybone from Mario. Hello, Drybone. But I believe I need to go this way. I've never walked over here once in my life. Also, there is no way to avoid the mouse cursor being on the screen. So that's fun too. I've attempted to make it not be there, but it is there. Are you relevant at all? Nope. Not even a little. How about you? Nope. The NPC text is very small. Also in this game, the equivalent to Rogadin is the Galka. Galka are male only in this one, and Mithra are female only. Mithra being the equivalent to Mikote for Final Fantasy XIV knowers. I believe Galka are also technically actually agender and reproduce entirely through reincarnating, is what I remember hearing. So that's something. But they're like Rogadin with tails, I guess. They're similar. In the case of Bastok here, I believe that the Galka are primarily the oppressed citizens, the ones working the mines and whatnot, while everyone else profits off of that and gives them names that are easier to pronounce, I believe is a factual thing, and that's why they have names like Drybone in this world. Which is unfortunate. I guess I'm supposed to go into this dungeon type area or something. Perhaps. That seems to be the assumption. One important thing about Final Fantasy XI is in the objective lists, well, in quests, there's a thing called Records of Eminence. This was added like 10 years ago, so it's relatively late, all things considered. It's just a bunch of like objectives that you can select in order to get a currency that's incredibly valuable that was added with the objectives. And you have to like keep track of all of these sort of manually. None of these automatically complete, unless there are ones for like milestone objectives, and then you can like activate them after you've done that and still get the reward. But for example, I believe there is something relevant. If this is in fact a dungeon area, a grounds tome and a grounds of valor training regime might exist here. There are many systems in this game. That's a survival guide. This is a teleport to the area from other survival guides. Fair enough. That is a grounds tome. Useful information pertaining to various topics on field operations. Fill its pages. And you can select this to be like, I would like to kill this enemy within this area, and it will give you prizes when you defeat enough. It appears that this area has an enemy level range ranging from 1 to 80. So there's quite a variety available within the mines, it would seem, and that's a little bit scary. Is there anything that's actually like the level that I'm at currently? No, it jumps straight from 4 to 75. Awesome. Well, I think I need to be here anyway. Collect the report from the mines. We are in the mines at this very moment. So most enemies here will be pathetic weaklings, and then some enemies here will be killing me instantly. Awesome. Let's talk about combat a little bit. So, first of all, you can check enemies to see their level relative to you. Dingbats here are too weak to be worthwhile. As far as combat goes, it is like similar to actual old Final Fantasies. It is relatively menu driven, so you are also capable of assigning macros to do like shortcuts. And a fun thing about macros is that the space you get to type in the name of what you're doing with the macro is very small, so I had to like abbreviate and try to like basically pretend I was localizing to convey what these do. But anyway, as a thief, mostly what I do is attack stuff. Awesome. That's what fighting looks like. That was a great demonstration. So what's up in the mines? Keep telling the guard to let me into the Korloka tunnel, but he says it's off limits to guys like me. I'm sure that a little bit of monetary persuasion had changed his mind. That's a sacred place for a Skulka. I can't believe he'd let a Hume with a little cash pass but force me to stay on the side. Ah, the fantasy racism is already here. Not anyone can go in there. The Korloka tunnel has been closed for over 100 years. However, permission to pass has been granted to adventurers who have proven their worth. Adventurers such as yourself. I don't think I've really done anything, but okay. I guess I have to find someone within these mines or something like that. Because this is the mines. It says it so. It says so right there. Also, one thing you have to do in this game is you have to purchase maps for areas. So, like, I think this might be an area that's an example where, like, if I hadn't gotten the map, this would just say map unavailable and you'd have nothing. Shipments of mithril used to be ferried to this dock from the Palboro mines, but it's been closed off since the Quadov took Palboro. Fair enough. There are many bats around here. Sort of hanging about. There's a crab in this room. What? You got a problem? There's plenty of work up here. Why should I go deeper into those creepy mines? Also, as you can see, enemy models are often reused from this game for Final Fantasy XIV. I'm not sure about the bats, but you might recognize the crab if you're a 14 knower. Check out that crab. They remain a good crab all these years later. Yeah, I'm a foreman too, but you want Makarim. She's waiting for you with a report. You can find her deeper in the mines. Fair enough. Oi, an adventurer! What you wasting time up here for? Go down there and get rid us of some pesky monsters, why don't you? Well, I'm afraid that monsters here are either irrelevant or I'm irrelevant to them, so I can't really help you much in that regard. Not having a mini-map is dangerous for someone like me who is known for checking a map every 2 seconds. Oh. I think I changed the rate on that already since you mentioned it yesterday. Do I guess I can go this way. But it looks like you managed to activate the mystery effect regardless. You don't like it? I'll take this feedback into consideration, I'm sorry. I could also make her talk really slowly, but that might be worse. Or also, like, equally bad. Hold on. Well, let me actually double check that right now. Thank you for betting Calico. But also, hello and welcome. Hello and welcome to everyone who is here. Did I, in fact... So, okay. I did not, in fact, change the rate. I have a different idea. What if instead of the different rate, let's workshop this on camera. So,
this is a test.
This is Calico. He said this is a test. I could change pitch. I could also change the voice. How twisted and malicious would it be to have Calico speak in a different voice? I don't think I can implement... Well, I could implement Koo from Kirby's Dream Land 2 in some fashion, I'm sure. For example...
This is a test.
I could do that. How do we feel about French Calico?
This is a test.
Many people like using the non-English ones to see how it pronounces English. There's also French Canadian.
This is a test.
And I forget. One of these is actually used in one instance. I think it's a German one, actually.
This is a test.
I think it's a German one with the pitch moved up.
This is a test.
But does changing Calico's voice for a mystery event imply that that is Mystery's voice? Or is that just something to speculate about? There are many questions. Someone just ran past me in the video game. It was this one, right?
This is a test.
I think in the interest of being able to hear the voice redeem, and also in the interest of not having garbled sound effects slam you in the eardrum whenever that activates, it will change into French instead of changing into 500 times the speed. And also I will make it 10% less likely. Thank you for your valuable feedback. Calico has been adjusted live. He's been calibrated, if you will. Hey, what's this bat up to? The Coleri bat seems incredibly tough.
Huge FFXI spoilers. They're WLLB crystals and probably a Bahamut.
So this is where the bats that kill you exist. I should not fight them. But I is this mission's point to like tell you or like teach you about checking enemies or something like that? Hey, I don't feel like if you were mining, I feel like wearing a subligar is not the ideal mining equipment for safety reasons. I just have this sort of hunch. Who's Octavie? He's an elf. He's some sort of grumpy elf that's wandered over to Bastock and is being told to go check on the mines. Every day, all I do is dig tunnels in this dank place, and when I go home, my wife bosses me around. Sucks to be you, Zelman, I guess. We don't know too much about Octavie yet, but like in terms of the story, I believe the entire story of who your character is you are an adventurer seeking whatever adventures do be seeking. Which is basically how it begins in Final Fantasy XIV and like about 80% of other MMOs, I imagine. So, in terms of the game world, right now, Octavie is basically nobody. But she does look rather grumpy. She doesn't want to be here. At least here specifically in the mines. At least none of these monsters are automatically aggroing to me and killing me in one hit. That's pretty good. You'll also notice that these mines have absolutely no background music. This is something this game actually does sometimes, as far as I can tell. Sometimes there's just areas with ambience and nothing else, which is... There's nothing out of the ordinary here. I don't know, there's a glowing spot on the floor. That feels significant to me. Hello, smoke breath. Work, work, work. Ah, over here we can see someone who has summoned many trusts. Many characters that we don't know yet are here. What's this? Mining is possible here if you have a pickaxe. Trust is another system in this game that they use the name of in 14. But basically you can summon NPC party members to help you out wherever. I've currently not done so because I'm not intending to fight in here. Guildage. Oh, is someone whispering me to follow them? Oh, you don't want to waste time talking to us miners, do you? Why don't you be nice and squash us some monsters instead? They're like level 75. Someone is trying to help me out and tell me where to go. I'm just trying to explore. Elf, you don't know that I have a no backseating thing listed on my stream. Yeah, it's really silly seeing like Super Saiyan Shantoto or whatever wandering around here. With all of her elemental orbs. Ah, this is in fact the person I meant to speak to. They were in fact helping me. They're pointing at the NPC now. Ah, you must be the courier. I've been expecting you. My report is ready. Be careful on your way out. Remember, you should give my report to Naji, one of the Mithril Musketeers on post at the President's office. You got it. I believe this is the first direct interaction I've had with a stranger in this video game, and they're directing me where to go, so I guess that's helpful. I wasn't asking for direction, but I won't shun them for it. It's a little bit crowded in these tunnels with their entourage of powerful NPCs, but you know. So this is the first story quest of the game, huh? Go into the mines, talk to someone. Understandable, reasonable. I had to bow at them to show my appreciation. Which reminds me, actually, you want to see the best emote in the game? Slash job action. White mage. Does that not work on an enemy target? Does it only work on another player? Maybe an NPC will work. I think that's the correct format. Jobs get special bespoke emotes in this game. You used to have to unlock them, but now they exist just as long as you have the job at all. Let's try again. Slash job action. No? Can I use it on myself? Can I use... Am I... I must be doing it wrong, actually. Hold on. Because I can't even use one that's not targeted. A mysterious individual has cast Protect on me. Oh, it's job emote, not job action. My mistake. Anyway, let's see the best emote in the game. Job emote, white mage. Apparently you can't target an NPC with it, but you just sort of throw a bandage and it plops onto someone's head. It's sillier. It feels funnier when you target another player with it, but also like throwing a bandage forward and it landing on the back of your head is rather goofy. The thief one is also pretty good. You can just smoke bomb whenever you want. With that being said, apparently there's something that way, but I'm not being directed that way, so let's go this way. Our thrilling expedition into the mines has concluded for now. We don't even know what they're mining, really. Here's the mysterious individual who cast Protect on me. Got him. So from here, I need to go to the president's office, which I think is in a very particular location. Probably going to the markets will work. You can manually reduce the size of chat text boxes whenever you feel like, by the way. Yes, it is technically in this area. For the sake of things, let us walk around as if we did not have any means of teleportation. Let's observe the environment. Let's take in the PlayStation 2 era of video gaming. This game was playable on the PS2. Naturally, it is now only available on the PC. But, like, it is in some respects a PS2 video game. I'm just going to have to learn to ignore that there's a mouse cursor hovering on the screen. I mean, I can move it manually every single time it shows back up. But it hovers where the last menu selection was, so... it's just kind of a fact of life. Big harvest. So we go in here, and we have this little indoor area. Where we can witness a small version of a feature of old MMO in order to navigate. Behold the real-time elevator. The miniature version of the real-time boat ride that also exists in this game. Classics of video gaming in this era. You must exercise patience in order to play Final Fantasy XI. Until you get to level 99 and you have a bajillion cast speed, apparently. Now I have to try and find this Naji individual. I forget it. Are there any even... There are warps up here. I could have, like, not done that, I suppose. Hi, bear. Someone pondering the effects of mining on the environment. Here's Naji. This area is off limits to... Oh, you brought the reports from the Zeron mines. I'll take that. This was your first mission, wasn't it? Good work. Normally we... Sir Lucius, how may I help you? Naji, you mentioned a report? Yes, sir. This adventurer just brought the last one. I was going to bring them all to you later, sir. Show it to me. I don't know who this person is. So, more and more Galka are starting to believe in their Tailkeeper's return. The Tailkeepers, sir? But I thought that was just some Galka myth, sir. If that were only true, I've received reports that the Tailkeeper is already back among them. These reports... Keep bringing them to me, Naji. We would not want to bother the President with such trivial matters. Yes, sir. As for you, adventurer, you've done well. Bastok needs more people like you. Wow, not many people get to speak to Sir Lucius after their first mission. He must see something in you. Keep up the good work. Awesome jingle. Anyway, I'm immediately assuming that that man is evil and twisted. And he's going to cause problems and concerns in the near future. I suppose we can continue working on our story quests. Right, not the mines, it's the markets that I'm looking for. I'm not sure exactly how many I'm supposed to be doing right now. Let's see what the guides recommend. Seems like we were recommended to do the first 3. And then we have to give the mission guard a bunch of crystals to rank up more and stuff. And then we can do the rank 2 missions. When does this particular guide want me to do the Rhapsodies missions? Seems that this wants me to do those probably after the rank 2 ones. Though this other guide I have says that you can do them basically whenever. There's a lot going on in this game. So let's see. What's my next mission? A geological survey. The chief engineer is conducting new research and has asked for someone to assist him. He can be found in the metalworks to the east of the administrative section. The chief engineer's laboratory is on the 2nd floor of the metalworks. You don't know his name and you call yourself a Bastalker. I just got here, canonically. The chief engineer's name is Sid. Oh, hey, Sid mentioned. Any Bastalker would know that. Now go and see him. He will give you the details of your mission. This means that if you choose a different starting location, you don't talk to Sid for a long time, I assume. We should be able to just go to the metalworks. Yep. So let's see. 2nd floor. Chief Engineer's laboratory. Oh, it's like right here, I guess. Or wait, no. It is marked in a confusing sort of way. It is not right there, but it's somewhere around here. So it's like right here? Oh, you can see a whole map of Bastok. That's neat, I guess. Perhaps this is not the 2nd floor yet. Actually, yeah, that was the ground floor. I got confused. Just for old time's sake, let's take the manual elevator again. We could easily avoid doing so. But don't you love to wait in a video game? Is this not your favorite activity? Okay, so Sid's office is like right here. Forgot I had a badge for some sort of side quest. Hello, Sid, Final Fantasy XI. Yeah, what do you want? I'm a little busy right now. Huh? Yeah, I'm Sid. Oh, you're here about the mission. Right, I was expecting you. This guy has some startling teeth, I believe. Is what I will say about him so far. Hey, Rybot, bring the thingamajig over here. This is only your second mission, huh? Most of the young ones in Bastock don't have the guts to go adventuring. I'm counting on you. Do your best here. Oh, this mission's not all that tough. You just have to go out. Rybot, old buddy, if you brought the thing, don't just stand there, say something. I brought the thing. If you don't quit that, I'm gonna start calling you Silent Mountain or something. You would not, Chief. You are not like the others. That is why I work for you. I like that guy. He works hard, he's thorough in his research and all, but only it was a little more talkative, you know? Anyway, here's what I want you to do. Take this blue acidity tester to the Dangrif Wadi near South Gustaberg. Try to find a place in the Wadi where this blue acidity tester changes color, that's all. What's it for? Well, in order for you to understand, I'd have to give you some lessons on the accrual patterns of sediments in the Wadi and the formation of gas pockets in the soil. You're getting a blank expression on your face. I know. You didn't become an adventurer to study geology, right? Don't worry, it's nothing dangerous, so get going. I mean, I could eventually become a geomancer. That's kind of like that, right? It is entirely possible. No one cares much for whatever this badge that I have that I forgot what it is about. I'm addicted to using an elevator that takes time to move. It would seem. I believe I have a teleport directly to the place I'm supposed to be going. That will cost 1,000 gil. But that form of teleport is from a book and not from a crystal. We have to go to near a book, which is not here. It is here. I don't think it's this one. Nope, that's the other. That's an important book for later. It's this one. Yep. I guess I can use tabs instead of gil, whatever that means. And now we're over here, and I have to find somewhere where I can use an acidity tester, I guess. It is currently blue. Well, that's good. I guess. This is another sort of mini dungeon area where there's a lot of places you can go and a very wide range of enemies, or rather there are easy enemies and then it skips to difficult enemies. I have no idea what I'm looking for in here. Let's play by the game's rules for a moment and simply wander about and see what happens. An acidity tester would make me think that you need to check the pools of water with it, but perhaps not. I don't know. Yeah, too weak to be worthwhile. Too weak to be worthwhile. They might still attack me. I don't know, actually. Also, if I truly don't know what to do, I suppose it wouldn't be too difficult to look that up. There doesn't seem to be a way to use the acidity tester. Want me to check it? I guess enemies just don't attack you if they're too weak. We're just having a leisurely stroll through the area instead. Until we run into something that's like way too powerful and kills me. Unless things in here don't aggro, I guess. It is entirely possible that it's fine as long as I don't attack anything. But I'm not sure. Okay, even these crabs are too weak. See, like, an area like this seems significant, but I have no way of interacting with it. At least none that I can obviously tell. Basically, I don't really know what I'm looking for. And there's a lot of area to cover. Some of which will kill me. Calico, you startled me. Ah, an enemy that actually does matter is here. Let's check this way. Yeah, these enemies are actually going to fight me, I think. So maybe it's a good time to summon some trusts. There are a lot of trusts in this game. Like, a lot. And I don't have a good grasp on which ones are useful at this time. Out of who I have like one healer though, so that one's pretty obvious. One of the first trusts you get is a very overpowered tank. I'm going to ignore that one for right now. You use like a different tank. And then, support. But yeah, there are a lot of trusts in this game. You can get them in all sorts of ways. Like, there's a small sort of like introductory quest line to trust that gives you a bunch. You can exchange login points for them, which is how I have most of mine. There are all sorts of ways. Let's fight a lizard. It's a little funny to go to this dramatic combat music suddenly. So like what Thief does, they can activate sneak attack, which makes their next attack from the flank of an enemy do more damage, as you can see. Also in this game, you have MP and TP. I have 0 MP because I don't have any spells as a thief. But TP builds up as you attack and then can be used for weapon skills. You can get up to 3,000 of it. And TP, or weapon skills, consume all of your current TP. And do damage based on how much of it you had. Also, abilities have cooldowns that you can see in these menus, very small. So you can only try to steal once every like 5 minutes. Which is quite something. I guess most of the enemies here aren't aggressively attacking me. But if they do, I have... Yeah, I guess the goblin butchers do. It's also kind of funny playing as an elven because I feel very tall compared to like a lot of other characters and enemies. It feels particularly noticeable with how this game works. Well, there's nothing obvious around here. Hmm? Oh, I'm being shot at. Wind cut. There's an awesome weapon skill. It did less than a regular attack did with sneak attack. So that's cool, I guess. At the start of the game, the only classes or jobs that you have access to are warrior, thief, white mage, black mage, monk, and red mage. The Final Fantasy I classes, or jobs, if you will. And I have leveled up all of them a little bit except for red mage currently. But there's a bunch of other jobs in this game as well. It's like bard, dark knight, puppet master, beast master, blue mage, geomancer, corsair, to name a few. I'm not really sure what I want to go for. I'm just kind of thief for right now. But I'll see, I'll figure it out eventually. Probably. So like, where am I even going? I guess I'm working my way upwards because there's a lot of area to cover. But I fear I will run into level 75 enemies or something. And then explode. One thing you can do in this game is use various methods of acquiring sneak and invisible to like just wander around everywhere to explore, even though there are very high level enemies in some places. And that's probably important. But I don't think I have access to those things at this time. This rabbit is not meaningful. Apparently. There's a funny geyser. Is this acidic? Is this acidic? It does that. Ah, it's red now. Its color has changed from blue to red. So it was actually step on the funny geyser, I guess? Well, in that case, I suppose we can leave. Hooray, we solved the mystery of the acidity tester. An exciting adventure has concluded. I don't know what I expected from the opening missions of Bastok, but it wasn't geology errands for Sid. I believe that the Bastok storyline eventually has to escalate into me fighting the Shadow Lord somehow. Because that's the base game storyline, is the various nations. So, like, I don't know, maybe the Shadow Lord strongly dislikes acids and bases or something? The Shadow Lord is really mad about sulfur? Who knows? I certainly don't. Anyway, if we had walked there in the normal fashion, we would have had to go across this entire region. And I have just remembered that I can warp out of here via a book. So I have to turn around immediately and go back in. Whatever tabs are, I hope they aren't important for anything except for teleporting. And now we have to go speak to Sid again, I suppose. I am, in fact, forgetting where to go every 2 seconds without a minimap. Such is my curse. Ah, you're back. Let's see it. Red as I thought. And it's a very strong reaction, too. And we should be able to use it, but we must make sure to minimize the ecological repercussions of such work. Busy as always, Chief? Volker, you old dog, when did you get back? Just recently, sir. I had business with them in the metalworks today, so I thought I'd drop by. Must have some great stories to tell. Come on, out with them. Chief, were you not speaking to this person before I interrupted? Oh, right. Sorry. It's been a long time since he and I had a chance to talk. Let me introduce myself. I am Volker, captain of the Mithril Musketeers. You must be an adventurer and new to Bastok too, are you not? I hope you do well. Bastok is in need of good people. Yeah, for your second mission, you've done very well. I'll tell the guard at the gatehouse myself. Well, I should be going. I'll drop by again later, Chief. I must go lend an ear to the President's gripes again. Come on, he needs support, especially from you. It might not look like it, but I'm sure he's doing his best. I'm sorry to have kept you here so long. Thanks again, and good work. Oh, and I might need your help again soon, so stay in touch. Hooray! Why is Sid the only person with scary teeth? It has become more apparent that this is the case now that I've seen another person speak in the same room as him. Sid, what's with your teeth? Time for the elevator again. So we've gathered a report, we've tested the acidity of a geyser. What next on our exciting adventures in Bastok? The Palborough mines, once our main source of mithril, have been under beastman control for some time. We want you to hunt these beastmen, the Quadov, and bring back a Quadav fetish head, a Quadav fetish torso, a pair of arms, legs, etc. You must present all 4 items to me or one of my colleagues in order to complete this mission. So, I have to go to Palborough Mines. I don't think I've been there. I don't know where that is. Perhaps it's time to consult a guide. This is... accessed from North Gustaberg. Alright, fair enough. Now we're on a relatively more video game type of adventure, I think. Comparatively. Some sort of actual dungeon location. I think this is accessed from the port? Yes. So far, I'm not 100% sure about this as a game to stream. Like, it'd be interesting to, like, witness all of the story and so on, but, like, the start's a bit slow, I would say. So, wait, where am I? I have to get the text box out of the way. They're not obviously marked on the map. Okay. I believe they are up here, which makes sense. Time to begin the journey. This is one of the starting areas, so there's not going to be here that's not going to be much here that's threatening to me either. And we do have to walk a fair distance. But at least auto run exists. I'm going the wrong way. This will take a while, I think. That might also just be another sort of reason that I'm not 100% sure about streaming this, is because it's an older game where things will take a while. It might just be something to do on my own time, but today was like... Okay, there's thunderstorms. Today was like a test stream, if you will. See how this goes. To try and decide if I want to keep streaming it or not. It might just not be a stream game, and that's fine. Or it might be interesting enough anyway, I don't know. I wonder if I can actually like cut through the mountains here to go a little bit faster. Probably. It might be the sort of game where I don't stream all of it. I just stream specific parts of it. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll figure it out. Just quietly running through a desert. Quada, by the way, I think are a type of creature that does not exist in Final Fantasy XIV. We passed by a few of them on the way here. These turtle guys. For whatever reason, they're just a sort of creature that has not carried over. I guess we have a different sort of turtle guy in 14, so they're a little unnecessary, maybe? But those weren't added for a long time, so who knows? Who knows the reasoning? Anyway, here we are in more mines. I think there's multiple floors to this. Something is marked on the map. I might be like high level enough that there's nothing interesting happening in here other than me grabbing items. There's a corgi barking in the distance. That's something. This is a slightly more ominous ambience. Maybe I should have picked a lower level class job, rather. I always default to saying class and have to like correct myself to the Final Fantasy language. Yep, seems like no one in here is gonna fight me. Oh, it's an elevator lever. Maybe I should be fighting stuff. Maybe they drop what I need. I was just sort of assuming I would have to go somewhere and find it, I guess. Okay, now enemies will fight me. I forgot I have a gun. Ranged attacks use ammunition in this game. And I missed. They're like, they count as an ability as well. But yeah, as you can see, Valenerol here has a very powerful attack that he can use constantly, and it just kills everything. So that's what happens if you summon that guy. You just don't have to fight any enemy at the start of the game. Anyway, we're on a different floor now. I think we're back to just, I don't know what I'm looking for. There is a marked out spot on the map. Is that good? Is that bad? Is that anything? Maybe we'll find out. Maybe it's where there's some sort of terrifying monster that kills me instantly. Apparently rabbits and rats are the same. I'm noticing. Also, Valenerol is not using the move TM. Surely there's nothing bad that could happen if I head towards the part of the map that's blotted out. Never mind, I cannot do that. That perhaps might be why. Unless I can approach from the other angle. Oh, well, never mind. As soon as the guy did the thing, everything was dead. Oh wait, where the... Oh, that's a barely perceptible mark on the map indicating that I can't go that direction. I have to go even more around. I should try to raise my ranged attack skill. It takes a very long time to fire this gun. There's a gate here. Well, alright. Wait, one of them didn't die from that. Incredible. So there's just locked gates everywhere too, huh? Another thing about the trust system. Generally speaking, they don't do anything unless, like, until you've hit one auto attack. This is even true if you're playing as a healer or a mage. You still have to bop something on the nose in order for the NPCs to wake up. I don't think ranged attacks count as auto attacks either. Doesn't seem like the locked doors are like in the way. Oh, I've been obtaining. I have the arms, torso, legs, and head. I have everything actually. So all I had to do was like fight a bunch of them. All right, fair enough. I'd like to try and get to that crystal over there. I move and interrupt my aim. I don't think that's true. Hello, welcome. It's Elf. That's true. I'm trying to figure out if this game is even like a streaming type of video game or not. Currently. I think I am still like, I still want to play more of it. I just don't know if it's a good thing to watch. Currently I'm in the middle of the third Bastock quest, which is find stuff by killing things. A traditional video game enterprise. But I have all the stuff, so mostly I'm just trying to leave. But there's locked gates everywhere. What the heck? At least I have a NPC who just kills everything for me for free. Oh wow, there's a lot of guys in this tunnel. Well, there were. Yeah, a lot of this game is also in 14, but I don't think the Quadob are like these turtle enemies that I've been fighting. I was talking about that a bit ago. It's interesting how these aren't in 14. That ability animation is basically something in 14 though. Time for my awesome ranged attack. I missed. So, hopefully I should be able to work my way down and around here to some purpose. Are we fighting? Oh, we're fighting. No, never mind. Hello, welcome. it seems like a lot of things don't happen until I draw my weapon. Like I was saying a bit ago, the trust NPCs don't attack until you auto-attack and hit once. Well, I don't know if you have to hit, but you have to auto-attack a guy. This is even true if you're playing as a healer or a black mage or something of that sort. Seems like a decent challenge. Oh. How goes 11? I'm realizing as I stream it that I'm not entirely sure if this is a streaming game. Also, hello on YouTube. I'm trying to find out if it's worth streaming like more of this or if this is just going to be a one-off. But it goes all right. I still like the game. The opening of it is rather slow, as you might expect. I don't have too much to say, really. If people are interested in seeing more of this, please let me know. But it might be too early to judge. Otherwise, I'll simply play it on my own time. There was a long period of silence where no one was here yet, which may have discouraged me somewhat. What if I steal? I failed. Steal is just as unreliable as ever, except you can only try it every 5 minutes in this game. I don't know what this cat is charging up about. Sometimes she just does that. It's fine. Okay, everything here is like a decent challenge. I'm probably missing with my ranged attack mostly because my gun skill is much lower than my knife skill. D-tier Maverick charging cat, maybe. Also, in case you think it's odd for a thief to be using a shield, they do eventually learn to dual wield at level 82, I think. So, if you were wondering, is Final Fantasy XIV the only Final Fantasy MMO where something happens at a really, really late level? No. Yeah, having to check enemies is neat. Everything here is like roughly my level, I think. I think that's what seems like a decent challenge means. Also, I guess this is about the level where enemies don't instantly die to the paladin NPC attack. So that's cool. Okay, so I'm approaching where there's a crystal down here. That's good. And yeah, there were some dungeons I was in a little bit earlier where there's a book you can check at the start where you can like set hunting objectives. And it displays like the level range of those objectives, and it goes straight from like 4 to 75. So a lot of the early areas have like a sudden jump somewhere in them. In that way. There's nothing out of the ordinary here. Also, yeah, if you weren't here when I noticed it, there's a giant part of the map that's blotted out with an ink stain of some kind or something. So I don't know what that's about. But we're getting close to it. That's probably good. Man, my ranged attacks suck. Small blessing for
Boxes
you.
may contain clues to the quest.
Mysterious. I just realized that with your phone, you specifically are able to cheat the system and take 2 fortunes a day. Hello. Welcome. And thank you for the welcome. I've been trying this game for like a few days, I guess, and I've tried it a little bit before, but not too much. And this is a trial of streaming it to see how that goes and if I want to stream more of it. But I think I do want to at least play more of it. I'm curious about what the story is like, since I played a lot of 14. I seem to be stuck in place, which is awesome. An endless barrel of exposition is a very specific phrase. I know one of the webcomics that you have read now. I've registered a new home point. Weird how there's just one of these in a dungeon. Anyway, what's this? Let's find out what this void on the map is. Oh, it's an area transition of some kind. It's something. All right. There is no map for this area. Now, if I were playing Final Fantasy XIV, this would be the entrance to a trial, I believe. Burning Circle. A cursed seal has been placed upon this platform. Okay. This isn't anything for right now. Seems like a great place to take a break. I don't know what a BC&M is. I guess maybe I'll find out someday. But anyway, great place for a break, I think. Oh, I forgot to do the thing where I vanish and then reappear. Burning Circle, Notorious Monster. Well, that makes a lot of sense, actually. So while we're listening to this ominous droning sound, I'm going to step away and perhaps there's a mysterious individual next to me in the Burning Circle. I've just noticed. Ah, my face is allowed to work while I am on this screen. Let's do a little prediction. Why don't we? It's been a bit. I forgot to actually like flip a coin. I have to flip a coin as part of this. There we are. you enjoying the ominous droning of the circle? I hope so. Congratulations to those who voted that, which I think was like one person, maybe? I forgot already. And my condolences to those who voted this, which was everyone else. Generally, that's how it works, I think. Which is to say that if there are two choices and some people voted for something, everyone else voted for the other one. That's just math. Anyway. Back over here. We have collected the parts of the stuff that we needed to collect, and now I can go turn them into a gate guard or something. I believe that's the next step. And then I think I need to give them crystals to rank up. And then at some point it's recommended that I do some of the Rhapsodies of Vana'diel stuff in order to unlock useful features, even though that won't make any sense for the storyline. That's fine. Back to Bastok. That seems probable, but I'm not sure. I think I have to trade the stuff. Good, you brought all 4 parts of the doll. I'm raising your rank to 2 for completing this mission. Congratulations. You've been to the Palboro mines. You must now know the serious nature of the threat that these beastmen pose to our civilization. I don't know, mostly they just sort of stand around. Yeah, Galka have tails in this one. There are also no female Galka, but I did hear recently that I think the Galka are actually agender. They just tend to present in a masculine sort of way. And they reproduce entirely through reincarnating. As a Bastocker, you are expected to take on more missions and go on conquests to preserve Bastok's brilliant future. But I cannot give you a new mission at this time. You need to collect rank points before taking on new missions. You can receive rank points by participating in conquests and donating the crystals you acquire to guards, or by undertaking missions you've previously completed. Ask the High Guard near the gatehouse if you wish to hear more about conquests. I wasn't expecting the little pop-up there. We have completed our mission as well. Oh, if it isn't Dalzak, I see you've made it home safely. Did anything strange happen in the mines district while I was away? I have a bad feeling about that place. It's nothing official, but I did hear from a guard there that... Mr. Dalzak! Where here... Where is what, Will? Well, I think I encountered some of these people very briefly prior to the stream. It seems as if Were is left on his journey of rebirth. I see. We all knew this day would come eventually, but the Gulka in the Mines District will still be sorrowful. Oh, hey, we're talking about the reincarnation. What should we do, Mr. Dalzak? Keep calm, Gwyll. You cannot live your life always depending on others. However, we are all worried. I will make preparations to set out again and investigate Were's disappearance. Still an awesome jingle. So I can probably trade crystals to you. I don't have a ton with me at the moment. No? I guess I have to trade crystals to somebody else. Maybe. That seems important. I don't know what that's about. I picked up a mole? Mithra are also gender locked, but I don't know what their lore is. Maybe you can only trade full stacks of crystals to the guard? Or no, they want you to trade to a different NPC right next to him. I'm supposed to trade crystals to this individual instead. Your rank points are full. We've added the excess to your conquest points. You do not need to donate any more crystals. Oh. So Mithra in this game are what Viera were in some parts of 14 before they added bunny boys. Got it. The crystal line. Well, before we do that, I am level 22. Do I have any better gear? I don't think so. Perhaps there's some I can purchase. There's 2 different poison daggers. Sure. I guess I could buy a better gun, but I don't think I really need that. There's at least one male Mithra, huh? That's funny. The beetle mask is probably better. Oh, that's a necklace. All right. You can equip things directly from storage in this game, by the way. I didn't check for a better shield, or like I scrolled past it. Oh, this has actually worse defense. But I want to see what it looks like. You'll notice my armor is not currently changing. That is due to style lock. Right, the bandolier. Wait. Where is the... Oh, that's the necklace one. +5 water? I'm assuming that's like defense, maybe? This is a very sort of red mage look. Despite me not being one of those. Pretty good. Kinda still works with the hat I was using if I wanted to keep it. Or perhaps no hat. Doesn't matter there. Doesn't matter there. Doesn't matter there. Okay. Yeah, I do need to go unlock sub-jobs. I'm sort of following some guidelines for when to do stuff, and stuff that I'm following suggests doing some like Rhapsodies of Vana'diel stuff to do that, but I guess you can also, there's an alternative to unlocking, there's an alternative way of unlocking sub-jobs, because, you know, so I wasn't sure if I wanted to just go do that, or if I wanted to get the key item from Rhapsodies that lets you do that easier. Rhapsodies is not going to make any sense to me story-wise, but everything that I see always recommends doing it. So, who knows? It seems like... Oh, this one, it might be recommending that I do that now. But also... What Rhapsodies is like a thing that ties all the storylines together that happens after them. So it will mean nothing to me, but it gives you stuff like the ability to summon more trusts and a key item that lets you skip having to find drops to get sub-jobs at all, and so on. So it does have some value. In order to do that, I need to do like the first 3 Rhapsodies thing. And like the first 6 give you the second. No, sub-jobs aren't dropped items. You have to unlock them. There is a quest where you have to turn in dropped items. That's what I meant. I feel like I'm moving faster than I was a second ago, but I'm imagining it, I think. At the correct place. It's currently Earth's Day. That sounds auspicious, yeah. Robots are often made of metal, which is like Earth. Or at least
Imagination is a wonderful toy.
It's true. Wield your imagination responsibly and you will go far. What was I looking for? Over here. When I say metal is like Earth, it really depends on the element system that you're using, I suppose, but metal is drawn from the Earth. At the very least. Let's go over here somewhere. Start the previously postponed storyline, Rhapsodies of Vana'diel? Yeah. Let's understand nothing. The crystal resonates deep within your soul. A flash forward into near the end of Final Fantasy XI's updates, I suppose. I vaguely know of this character due to the crossover with 14. Wow, they invented cutscenes at some point. Vana'diel in the year 898? I must make haste to Raisenjima and find the master before... Raisenjima, not Raisen. Oh no, the word art is attacking. Watch out. I don't remember this character's name, but I'm pretty sure she's in the 14 crossover. Okay, now what? Okay, Mother Crystal exists. That's a thing. Perhaps someone in Selbina or Mara could provide clues. Okay, so this sort of like sends you in the direction of the place with the sub-jobs, as does 2-1 of Bastok, I believe. So this is when things converge in a convenient sort of way. So let's see. Each nation's 2-1 mission will ask you to travel through one of the following areas. So go ahead and accept the mission, says this particular guide. I should double check to see if there's a better shield that I can take, I suppose. Interesting. I don't think this game's day-night cycle has actually been like mechanically relevant to me yet, but it might be soon then. I mean, I guess not if I'm not doing that particular way of getting sub jobs, but still. I do know that I think it's level 30 where I can start unlocking more jobs in general. There's like a set that's pretty accessible. And then a lot of them are in future expansion areas. I won't have access to that yet. Something like that. Wrong person. Yeah, the impression I was under from the research that I did is that Ninja was a good like sub job for Thief at first at least, but like later on Warrior was a better choice, I think, because like Thief gets dual wielding very late, but until then you can use Ninja to have it. So I don't know, there's gonna be a lot of stuff I will be trying, I think. I'm not set on Thief just yet. It's just sort of what I happen to be using. I believe Thief gets dual wield in the at like 82 or something ridiculous like that. I think the shields are like at the end of the list for this stuff. I bet this tunic looks pretty neat. There it is. Mahogany. It occurs to me that I accidentally saved the style set with my previous shield and knife equipped, so hold on. It's one defense, it doesn't matter that much. Here's what I'll do. Right, this is not for Thief. I suppose I could equip this, even though it's not really that important. And then Flash Lock Style Set 1. I did it. Okay, apparently I'm supposed to kill stuff with physical damage at this exact moment, so that's convenient. Have you heard of a strange structure called the Crag of Dem? It's on the Kronstadt Highlands, north of the Gustavberg Mountains. I've actually been there already, as I was wandering around. They say that crystals are drained of their power if you take them to a certain section of that structure. Chief Sid is currently investigating the strange phenomenon. It's asking for someone to bring back a faded crystal. Go see him for a more detailed explanation of your objectives. You want a crystal to be used for this experiment? Are you not an adventurer? It should be easy for you to procure one. I guess we have to go talk to Sid first. Yep, Sid is in Bastok specifically. We met him earlier in the stream, but we can go meet him again for a little bit. He's just he's kind of a guy, and he's like the only guy with visible teeth, and it's a little bit concerning. But that's not like the first for a Sid, honestly. He's channeling Final Fantasy IV just a little bit in that way. He invented teeth. Apparently, I've completely forgotten how to navigate this area. I guess I have to go in the building and around. Or something. Oh wait, these are like representing the other nations. Yeah, I typically approach this area from a very different angle. So I'm apparently completely baffled at this moment. I think it's just because the map was confusing me a little bit, maybe? Oh no, you go in here. Navigating Bastok is a nightmare. I picked Bastok specifically because one of the guides that I found said it was the easiest one of the starting nations to navigate. But actually you don't take the lift down. Sid is like in here. Ah, you've been assigned to investigate the faded crystals. There are many strange phenomena associated with that place, as you've heard. I've scanned that area and I've found there's a strong crystal resonance on a straight line between that structure and Juno. For now, I'm calling it the Crystal Line. And never mind, you're getting that blank expression on your face again. I'll skip the details. There are 3 places near the structure where you can get faded crystals. They're shining raised platforms called telepoints. Place a crystal on a telepoint and the crystal will be drained of its power. Do that and bring back the faded crystal to me. Oh, one more thing. To put the crystal on a telepoint, use trade. So I need to like have actual crystals and then deposit them in the correct location. I see. In that case, I suppose I should go take some out of storage just to be sure. You know, I guess I didn't need to... I think I put them in my safe, actually, so I did need to go in here. That's fine. I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but I'm pretty sure that the Mog House can be, like, decorated in a way that mechanically influences something. Like, it gets an element, and that does something, and also there's, like, a second floor. My Moogle told me that I had a second floor at some point. I don't know where the heck that is, but I was told about it. There are many mysteries with the Mog House. Go from here. Part of one of the mini expansions. Okay. I suppose, since I've been there before, I might as well just teleport to where I'm supposed to go for this. And then make my way through the dunes. Which I have explored a little bit, but I didn't have a map for them at the time, and I think I have a map for them now. At the very least, I hope I have a map for them now. So is it this one? Yes. Let's try some other, well, I only have one healer still, so can't really try another healer, I don't think. So, melee Aliapo it is, but we can try some random damage dealer. What do I even have? I guess we could summon Sid. That would be relevant. He's ready to go. Story-wise, this is not the actual Sid. This is like a copy of Sid. But like, you know, close enough. This is an enemy model that 14 doesn't reuse. And yeah, I really like the overworld. This area is cool in particular because it has like a bunch of windmills in it, which for some reason only part of them rendered right now, but still. There aren't any Godskin apostles over here or anything though. It's just regular windmills. But we want to go to the big conspicuous shape on the map, which I guess there was a crystal teleport to that was I could have just used that instead, but I forgot. But this just gives us an excuse to run through this nice region here and observe. Well, as much as you can when the sandstorm kicks up, I suppose. This is one of the many regions in the game that doesn't seem to have background music. It just sort of has the ambient wind, which I think is fun. It's neat. Most of the enemies here aren't going to bother with me. Wow. I didn't know how expensive the teleporting was, but of course there's like a... There was like a service selling it and all that. That makes sense. Survival guides must not have existed at that point. Do I trade the crystal here? Yes. Wait, do I only need one faded crystal? I'm pretty sure I did attune to this, but I'll double check. I thought I needed a bunch of faded crystals for some reason. Yeah, you already possess the gate crystal. If I only need one, I suppose I'm done here. Because I think all of the other, like, telepoints are broken. There's a dimensional portal. I assume I can't trade a crystal to this. Nope. In that case, I'll assume for now that I only needed one crystal. Proceed towards the desert. Oh, I've just noticed something. Oh, never mind. It's not relevant because I put all the experience rings in storage thinking you could use them from there. Never mind. You have to be carrying those with you. I accidentally rested. I thought surely if you can equip them from storage, you can use them from storage, right? No. Incorrect. Sacrifice your inventory space now. Ah well. Wait, you can use stuff from the wardrobe? But they are in the wardrobe. That's what I meant by storage. Is there like another button to use or something? Hmm. Which, like, relatedly, I tried to make a warp ring macro and it doesn't work. For some reason. Okay, I can use it with the macro command. Weird. Yeah, I figured you had, I know you had to have them equipped to use them, but they weren't in my, like, item menu. Even when I have it equipped. Unless I was just missing it repeatedly. But there are ways to use it, okay. Fair enough. I don't know why that warp ring macro doesn't work, because it does equip and then wait and then try to use it. But it always gives me an error and I just have to go manually use it anyway. Anyway, desert. Do I have a map here? I do have a map here now. Oh, Selbina is... I was going to say it's just right there, but that's further from me than I thought it was. I read that the warp ring cooldown was shorter. I guess it would probably say on it. Perhaps not. Oh. Fair enough. So I need to go up and through a cave, and then there's a big old ocean there, but mostly I need to go west. I think a lot of things here might also still ignore me. No. You're actually fightable. I should be fighting some things when I can. Because I did get that challenge to, like, kill things with physical damage or whatever. Dang it. My awful gun skill. My awful marksmanship of 4. Oh, well, level 23. A crossbow, huh? The reason I was using marksmanship is because I found a gun, and also I found a bronze bandolier, so I had a way to make bullets for essentially free. So I didn't like go out of my way to acquire... Oh, crossbow's also marksmanship. Fair enough. I didn't go out of my way to like acquire a ranged option. I just sort of have one. Basically. I mean, I did eventually get a gun upgrade, but the bandolier is what made me start occasionally trying to shoot a gun. Are you... Okay, you still give experience. Leveling up Ranger would probably be a good way to level up the marksmanship ability, if nothing else. I hear Ranger does a lot of damage as well. Choo-Choo doesn't seem perfect at holding aggro. Oh, a monster drop a treasure chest. I've been kind of ignoring those if they did show up, but I should point out that treasure chests are very silly in this game. When you see a treasure chest of this sort drop, it's locked. And you can attempt to unlock it. You have a number of chances. You can examine the lock for a hint, and you have to guess which digit it is between 1 and 99. The second digit is even. 44. Greater than 44. $64. Greater than 64. $84. Greater than 84. Okay. 90. Greater than 90. 94. Success. And we get an ether and a chicken bone. Awesome. Fantastic. But yeah, that's where I've gotten some good equipment before. That's where I got the bandolier that creates bullets, for example. I believe there's like a specific rare, unique drop for every region, which the bandolier is an example of. Yeah, I imagine ethers are pretty useful, because like MP regeneration is something you definitely need to think about if you're using spells. Oh. It did that. Yeah, Red Mage has Refresh, which is an MP management method, I believe. I don't know exactly what it does, actually. Oh, right, and Convert, where they switch their HP and MP around. It's a MP regen. That makes sense. It's probably pretty important. I don't know how important it is now. There might be like gear abilities that are sort of equivalent to it. Because I know that like at end game you need to have like a whole bunch of gear sets. You need to have one for when you're not doing anything. You need to have one for like recast and mid-cast and cast or something like that. You need to use external programs to maximize efficiency in swapping gear sets so that you do the most DPS possible and never miss a beat. And you need to not tell Square Enix you're doing that or else they'll go to jail. Except I don't know how much they actually care. That's what I've heard anyway. I've also had some people tell me that you don't actually need to go to that sort of extreme. But, you know. Currently, for the purposes of the stream, I'm using no third-party tools because it seems unwise to advertise that I would advertise oneself using those, you know. I'm not using Windowware at the moment. I mean, I have never used it. I've never heard of it. I don't know what it is. Seems very tough. Uh-oh. That's not good. There's a funny ghost that appeared. Yeah, Red Mage is a very support caster, I believe. Probably run. Probably. I don't know, my party's not doing too bad. I think this is manageable. It's almost dead, actually. You can't really see it through me. If you look very closely at the corner, I think this is doable. I think I accidentally was in switch target, so I wasn't auto-attacking. Potion and potion +2. We also got an ice crystal. Oh, I don't have my food buffs active either. Not that I have much. Goblins are site aggro, that makes sense. There's an outpost over there. I should head for that, probably. There's another bogey. If I remember correctly, actually, undead aggro to you if you're missing health. So we should pause here for a second. And enjoy the silence of the desert. The pitter-patter of the sand hair. Healing when you're sitting still takes a while, by the way. Oh. The mystery cat is here again to refresh my protect. Thank you, mystery cat. I know who this is, but I won't say. It will remain a mystery. Oh, wait. If I bow, some of my trust members also bow? All of them that can. Sid cannot bow. Sid is stuck in battle stance at all times. That's cute. That's a cute detail. Oh yeah, I guess most people weren't here when I was talking about how the job emotes are pretty good. So you saw me do the white mage one there where you throw a bandage at someone. But there's also, the thief one's also really good. Oh, it works in your whole party. That's cute. I believe I should have access to all of the starting job ones because I technically have them unlocked. Job, emote, black mage. You had to unlock these before. These persist? Okay, not for very long.
Because I'm a ninja. Here's a smoke bomb.
Correct. Job emote. Warrior. Oh, that's fun. You have an ominous aura and a little taunt that depends on what your character is. There's one of these for every single job in the game. Job emote. Red mage? Yeah, that makes sense. Revels in a moment of stylish elegance is the text for that. So... Oh, right, monk. Summons her full inner strength. Yeah, that makes sense too. I misread this NPC's name as Furnishings from a distance. I'm sorry, Sunishige. Here's a survival guide. Medicine axe? What does that mean? All right, Evoliths. I barely understand what those are for. Medicine axe? Are we playing Octopath Traveler here? Yeah. My dang healing axe won't let me chop down this tree. Dang it. Oh, Goblin Madden. I know, yeah, like, race change and stuff still requires money. That is a thing that exists, I forgot about. Something else I mentioned early in the stream when no one was here yet. I did try this game a little bit in 2021, and I still have my character from then, but I can't, like, do anything with her because she's in a different character slot, and you have to pay for all of those individually. But I will forever have on my character select screen that there's a Mithra named Haihore Halobi in the world of Carbuncle, which is a server that probably nobody's on. Because the way that it generates names is it like takes your play online username and takes some of the letters from it, scrambles it, and then throws in a bunch of something else. In the case of Mithra, it adds a bunch of the letter H, I think. So it took Boreal Robin, took some of that, scrambled it, and put a bunch of H's to Haihore Halobi, which is a pretty powerful name, but also ridiculous. Anyway, we've made it to town. Yeah, basically. But this character, the way I named this character, oh, this is like a Rhapsody's cutscene, I think. The way I named this character is I opened a list of French names and went down the list until I found some that weren't taken, and then I picked which ones I liked the most. Sabina's mayor is looking for adventurers to fulfill a special task for him. I'm not familiar with the particulars. But Flandius is. He can direct you to the mayor's residence. Okay. I'm still currently paying for my subscription to Final Fantasy XIV as well, even though I haven't been playing it, which is maybe unwise. This is my first visit to your fine town. You best head to the mayor's office. Trot down towards the shore and take the first stairway. Turn right, follow the wall, and there it will be. Whoa! Dynamic camera action. There are several emotes on this channel of my Final Fantasy XIV character. She's very important. Hold on, what is this? Vertical conflux? This appears to be a tear in the fabric of space. Yeah, alright, fair enough. I guess some sort of sub-job related thing is possible here. If I proceed with Rhapsodies enough, I'll just get a key item that allows me to skip gathering items for that. Yeah, it'd be nice if there was like a combination subscription with a discount, but there's not. Ah, you must be Octavie. Octavie. Thank you for answering the summons. One of the mayor's confidants has been asking for you. Because we definitely know who you are, because you've completed the entire game already. I'm Abelard, mayor of this village. It's so tiny, you see, that all I do is mediate when there are disagreements. You're a entrepreneur associate of mine, known as Gilgamesh, has had your name on his lips the past several days. He rescued a young woman adrift at sea, and she spoke quite highly of you when she woke up. Finding you has removed one burden off my shoulders, but there remains yet another. You see, Gilgamesh made a second request. He's looking for clumps of bee pollen that can be procured from some of the large bees around the Crag of Hola or Crag of Dem. Their medicinal properties are highly valued even during times of peace, and what with the recent strange happenings, you probably know what I'm going to ask. Wrest 3 clumps of bee pollen from those buzzing menaces located around either of the 2 aforementioned crags. Of course, your efforts will be duly rewarded. But best of luck. Okay, it's... if... ambushed. I got it. That emote is so funny. So... if this is the Rhapsodies of Vana'diel content, it's quite funny that the first Rhapsodies quest is get 3 clumps of bee pollen. They're not straying too far from their roots on that one. Wait, do I not have a warp to there? I guess having the Dem crystal doesn't give me a teleport to there through this system. I figured it wasn't the sub-job quest. Maybe it's not the Rhapsodies one either. I don't know. Maybe I should double check what that actually is before assuming. Nope, this is the Rhapsodies quest. It really is to kill 3B. Or collect prizes from bees, anyway. But I guess I can't teleport directly to the Crag of Dem from a crystal. I need a survival guide to do that. Or warp Dem, and I'm not white mage or red mage. Unless there's something I'm misunderstanding, which is entirely possible, but I believe there was a survival guide not too far from here. At the outpost. All I need to do is go directly north. But I will summon allies regardless, just in case I bump into anything on the way there. Who the heck is a Benzia? Let's find out. Oh? A Gubu? Gubu friend? Okay. Awesome. I had no idea. As far as Final Fantasy XIV goes, though, to circle back to something from a bit ago, I haven't really played it in a while. I'm definitely behind on stuff. And the main reason I'm still subscribed to it is that so I can go look at my character if I want to and check if I won the lottery. But even that I've been forgetting to do. So I might want to unsubscribe for a bit. But it's important to be able to look at Final Fantasy XIV character Sucrofunk, the very important cat. Actually, on that note, let's put a picture of Sucro on screen for just one moment. That'll do. She's important. Look at her. She's pretty good. Thank you for looking at Sucro. Let's resume. If you didn't know, I have streamed basically the entire main story plus side stories of Final Fantasy XIV up to most of the way through 7.1 MSQ. I'm behind on Dawn Trail stuff, but like basically everything else is something I have streamed before, which is quite a lot of stuff to have streamed, I suppose. Zulkheim. We must go and fight bees. I think the bees are like trivial enemies to me too, so I won't even get that much out of doing this, but still. And I might not be able to summon the same people again? No, I have... It's been long enough, I guess. Not that I really need them for this. Time to wander over here. While also using auto run. Do something else on the side. It occurs to me that I have not eaten dinner yet. And I might need to do that. Oh no, a hill. Devious. Oh no, a tree. I placed an order live for delivery. Very exciting development. So I might not get too much done on this stream today. I'm not sure yet. I don't typically do very long streams, I suppose, but you know. So, I suppose my question to you all, the viewers, is how interested you would be in seeing more of Final Fantasy XI after what we've seen today. Because I definitely want to play more of it, I just don't know if it's a stream game or not yet. And I do, of course, have other various ideas for things I could stream. Emphatically, yes. All right. Not terribly surprising, since, yeah, you showed up to watch it. I don't believe I've seen you before, so nice to meet you. And as much as a streamer meets a viewer, which is not exactly something that happens, I have seen you before? I guess I've forgotten. I don't have a very good memory, and I apologize. That's fair. It's very silly to have a Gubu following me. I have one pollen. Beware of allergic reactions. You'd like to see more of 11 as well? All right. I see, I see. Likewise, like to see it also over on YouTube chat. Also wouldn't mind more. All right. I will take your feedback into consideration, everyone. And by that I mean, I guess I'll stream more of Final Fantasy XI. I'm not sure if I should, like, stream all of the story stuff, or, like, what to leave out if I don't. Because I do want to keep playing this game in my free time. I suppose I'm probably not likely to unlock sub-jobs on camera, and I might just do the side quest to get, like, do that normally. Without the Rhapsody stuff or something like that, I don't know. There are many things that are possible. The cat is charging up. I don't know why that happens sometimes, still. Yeah, 11 is a pretty chill game so far, at least at this stage of it. Thank you for petting Calico. Multiple cats have powered up a lot on this stream over time. Myself, Calico, Sucro, Vi. Well, Vi also got exploded into death by a gun, so you know. You win some, you lose some. Oh, right, I can... Nope, not log out. My brain has stopped working. There's the map. I have the power of wide scan. Where are the bees at? North. Vi's power curve mainly went down.
Will Vi ever return?
Don't count on it.
Allie would say that. But, you know, I'd say there's a chance. Actually, you know what? Oh. Welcome to the gold brick zone. What's my fortune today? I should be doing this more often.
Fortune hides in bricks unbroken.
Mysterious. And yeah, thank you. The Yasna was also adapted to the transition to pixel art. There are technically some occasions where pixel art is not on, or not everything has been turned into pixel art, is what I'm trying to say. I need to stream more often so that I get better at talking, because I feel like I fumble my words a lot. But yeah, if I do stream more of this game, which I guess I will, I'm not entirely sure what parts of it to show and what parts of it to just do on my own time. And also, I don't think it'll be like the only thing I stream. I would like to stream some other stuff too. There's a second bee pollen. I do want to learn more about various other games. Or like relearn things. I want to try Bomberman: The Second Attack because I never played that. As I mentioned before, I'm contemplating Ogre Battle 64 because I want to see how that holds up over time. It's been a long time since I played that and I remember liking it a lot. There's lots of ideas. I technically have a list of ideas that's like mostly kind of outdated. I think it's a lot of stuff that I like considered at some point and I'm not entirely sure how much I'm considering it right now. But let's talk about it for the heck of it while we're here. Streamnotes.txt. Ideas I had written down. Dark Souls 1, 2, Scholar of the First Sin, and or 3, normal, not randomized. Just like a revisit of all the Dark Souls. The Metroidvania Castlevanias I haven't played even though I've seen playthroughs of most of them. Possible. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of the Sky was on my list. Maybe Grim Dawn whenever they release the next expansion? Oh right, Live Alive? The remake of that? Possible? Legend of the River King is on here. I wrote down ideas for all of the other Etrian Odysseys, but I don't know when I'm going to want to play an Etrian Odyssey again. I have on this list Guild Wars 2, and then in parentheses, Guild Wars 1 with 3 question marks after it. And then Bomberman and Ogre Battle. So there are many possibilities. I still need one more bee pollen. You'd be interested in Mystery Dungeon, huh? That would also be a rather lengthy endeavor, I believe. I've only played the original Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, and also like the demo of Super Mystery Dungeon or something, which did not impress me at the time. And I think the demo of the remake of the original. But I've heard that like Explorers of Time / Darkness / Sky is like a very emotional story that will make me cry. And also when I took the quiz in it, it said I would be Eevee, which is pretty good. I can see how it would be a foundational text for Therians, as you put it. Because the premise of the initial 1 or 2 mystery dungeons is that you were presumably a human or some sort of, like, I think a Pokemon trainer specifically, and then you wake up as a Pokemon, and you make a bunch of friends who are Pokemon. So, Live Alive is great, but there are a few anti-Robin things in there, mostly in prehistory. I think I might be okay. I don't know exactly what you mean, but like, I think I'm relatively more okay with that, or like more able to deal with that sort of thing now. Possibly. I still only have 2 pollen, right? No, I have 3. Okay. And so we head once more back to this way. My experience with the first Pokemon Mystery Dungeon was that I liked it a lot, and then I got into post-game, where you're allowed to evolve, and then I evolved the partner Pokemon, and they stopped being a character, and I was sad and stopped playing the game. Because they just became another party member. They had nothing else to contribute, or no unique properties anymore. But I did enjoy, like, the main story. And that one was kind of sad, too. But my understanding is that Explorers of Time, Darkness, and Sky is, like, even more sad. And I think that's also why I wasn't satisfied or impressed by the Super Mystery Dungeon demo, because I'm going entirely the wrong way. It seemed like the writing in that one was very basic. Just from the start of the game. And like, weirdly enough, I guess I play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon for the writing. Perhaps that's not as weird as it sounds. I don't know. But I wasn't too interested in it without that part of it. I suppose it couldn't hurt to also take any suggestions that anyone happens to have for games to play on stream. I would like to stream more often, and I should probably like rotate between a few different things. Assuming I manage to be able to stream multiple times a week, which would be ideal. You've heard Super Mystery Dungeon gets better. Well, I believe it. It just didn't sell me in the demo portion of the game, which is kind of important to sell someone in the demo portion of the game, because that's what the purpose of a demo is. Not the worst demo I've ever played. It was literally just the intro of the game, and that's fine. But it just didn't grab me. I think it was Bravely Default that had maybe the worst demo. For me specifically. Because I think the Bravely Default demo just like plops you into a city and is like, here's some stuff you can do. You can grind. And then like what you grind in the demo will carry over to the full game in some fashion. That's it. And I was not impressed by that at the time. So I never played Bravely Default. Oh yeah, that does remind me, actually. The game that was like, sort of like before Bravely Default, I don't know how many people talk about it, but I talk about it sometimes. Final Fantasy: The Four Heroes of Light is something I've contemplated streaming or covering in some fashion before. Because I did like the writing and the story of it. It's a genuinely interesting game in terms of writing and characters. Yes, that is the one that has party host as one of the crowns. But if I had to come up with an example of a video game where there's a significant amount of character development in the main party, that would be one of my go-tos. Everyone in that game starts out with like major flaws and a lot of them hate each other. And then by the end of the game, they're actually friends. And that feels like a surprisingly rare thing in video games. I ran past the teleport this time because I wasn't thinking about it. Also, a major section of that game involves one of them being turned into a cat. And like, not on purpose, and they don't like it. They're just stuck as a regular cat. And eventually the problem is solved. But yeah, you have like the main character who's kind of like an idiot, who's like really naive. You have a guy who's like really arrogant and thinks highly of himself. You have a girl who's like rich and spoiled and bratty, and then you have her like retainer who has major self-esteem problems, and the second she gets like fired from being the retainer, she just like she's living on the street because she's like terrible with money and can't work, and has like super extreme depression. And like this is a goofy little DS RPG where everyone starts off sucking a lot and having a lot of problems, and then they all get better. I feel bad for the person who has like super depression and money issues though. I wouldn't say that she sucks, but like everyone else kind of sucks. Well, the main guy is just kind of an idiot. He's not terrible. I don't know. I like that game. But yeah, it is the game with party host. It's also the game where one of the jobs is seamstress, and the ultimate ability of seamstress is to stitch your party members together so that they share health bars. They do not examine the horrific context of this in any detail, but it does happen. There's a lot going on in that game. Is it still Zilkheim? Yep. Anyway.
Whoa.
Whoa. My food order is here, so I'm going to need to step away. Perhaps this will be the end of the stream for today, even though we didn't really do that much, all things considered. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe the Rhapsody stuff isn't like vitally important to show on camera. Maybe I should just turn in the bee pollen and then go get the food. I don't know. I'll at least go into town and then I'll be back in a moment. But the stream probably won't go on for too much longer. I suppose that's true as well. It is a slow-paced game. A goblin hit me for 15 damage while I was running to the town. That's very rude of them. They also hit me for 13 damage. They're like somewhere else entirely, but that's how video games are. Regardless, I will leave you with this pleasant town theme for a moment while I go and acquire my dinner. And then we will do a little bit more and probably be done. Huh? Was something happening? I wasn't aware of that. I don't see evidence that anything was happening. A slight change of music while we wait. Also, I would say, like, I don't feel like this game is disrespecting my time, but I also don't really have a good sense of time, and I might not value my own time particularly highly. So maybe my perspective is biased. This specific bit of this Play Online song sounds like Sonic Adventure music to me. Specifically, Sonic Adventure 2 Tails or Eggman level would have music like this in it. I should engineer a Windows 98 window graphic for that message in case I need it more. I tried to make it match the aesthetic, but I think it just made it look worse. Oh well. I don't personally remember the Chaos Battle themes from Adventure 1 that much. I'm more familiar with Adventure 2. Something about this game I haven't mentioned. Mithra and Taru have speech quirks in this game. Nobody in 14 really has those in like the playable characters. But Mithra and Taru like almost always have them in this game. Mithra will add a lot of extra R's to any R that they say. And Taru will sometimes rhyme things, or anything that ends with T they will turn into Taru. I'm thinking about this because I'm in a Unity led by a Taru NPC, so I keep seeing status messages spoken by a Pururu saying things like, "Bad news, have you heard of Quetzalcoatl? Well, they say he's appeared in Raisenjima, and he seems very upset, Taru. It looks like that naughty waddy Quetzalcoatl and Raisenjima is no more," etc. It's quite something. Sasuke, I forgot that I did the same speech gimmick in an RPG I made once. I think. Also, Shantoto's rhyming is very different from the standard Taru rhyming. So far, anyway. Shantoto's rhyming is speaking in like poetry sort of ways, like couplets. And the more common Taru rhyme I've seen is like cutesy rhyming of a single word. Like members whimbers is in my text box right now. Sometimes they're a little bit unfortunate in how they choose to rhyme words. Like I saw one say, bank wank. And I think maybe they should have reevaluated that one before saying it. But who knows? Maybe they don't care. Sounds like a slang term for capitalism, honestly. Incidentally, I don't think we'll be saying too much of Shantoto. Unless I do quests for all of the nations, which I think is a thing you can do. I think she's primarily in Windurst. almost back. Started coughing, so it's gonna take a little bit longer. Alright. It's less careful and more bad luck whenever you just like choke on water, you know? Even being a ghost doesn't solve such mundane problems. But yeah, hello. There's nothing you can really do to be careful enough to not just trip over basic functionality and land in the dirt. Metaphorically. But hello. I have had food. I have pet a corgi. I am ready to play a little bit more of Final Fantasy XI. Get this Tetramaster out of here. That card game is nonsense. Thank you. I was going to play more Tetramaster in a second. Living is difficult. You'd think undeath would be easier, but still about the same, honestly. And here we are. I protect wore off. Let's turn in some bee pollen. Tetramaster Online was good. I never actually played it. I'm just kind of assuming that based on my experience with Tetramaster and Final Fantasy IX, that it retained most of its nonsense qualities. And was a mess of a card game. Maybe they balanced it, I don't know. It was a heck of a card game, though. I was thinking about this the other day. I wouldn't say it's unenjoyable or anything. It's just the rules of it are very strange. You're presented with a card that has like 4 symbols on it. They don't really tell you what that means. And then those aren't even absolutes because there's math happening and like random chance and stuff. Triple Triad is like, there isn't any variation to it. I mean, there's the weird rule sets, but like you don't have any RNG components really, I think. Could be wrong though. I'm not a huge fan of either card game personally, but you know. Not saying they're bad. I guess I could have just checked this menu to see that the bee pollen was part of what I was trying to do. I suppose I have to trade the pollen to someone. Yeah, basically, Tetramaster is like that. I'm still not used to having to open the menu and trading with NPCs like this. Or like having to open the menu and then trade with them is... It feels like a very old Dragon Quest type of thing. Oh, you brought them back safely then. Gilgamesh and his entourage just arrived back in port. So this is Gilgamesh, huh? Or Octavia, eh? Or Octavie. I'm not used to my own character's name yet. Octavie. It's French for Octavia. I heard much about you. My friend Octavie gathered these clumps of bee pollen just as you requested. Aye, this be just what we ordered. Now a little tit for tat. Excellent. I think adventurers would have a use for these. So here, Octavie, for you. Suppose we'd best get down to business. Octavie, might come as a bit of surprise to hear this, but I'm a pirate known for roaming the Bastore Sea. Gasp! Why am I surprised by this? The oceans to the west have been a bit stormier than usual of late. Me crew and I came across a small vessel adrift upon the tides. Of course, I say to myself, who would have thunk that such a delicate rowboat could stay whole in such a terrible brew? And then the whole thing started flashing red. Being the curious sailor I am, I went and investigated. Lo and behold, there was a pretty young lass lying prone along the deck. I've always had quite the fondness for the color red. Figuring it must be a sign from Maltana herself, I took her on board and brought her back with me to Norg. When she came to, the first words from those pale lips of hers were your name. So I want you to come back to Norg with us. She was quite insistent on meeting you. You see, she's gone on a bit of a hunger strike. The ship's docked at port, waiting to take you wherever you got your whenever you got your affairs in order here. I just remembered a bit of a pressing engagement I've got to attend to, but I'll catch up with you there. I have a request. Don't breathe a word to the populace that I aided a known pirate. Their activities aren't completely on the up and up, but as a port town, we still depend on them. And while we're talking of aid, remember to use that item I gave you. Azaccio here in town will know what to do with it. Ah, the introductory letter. This is the second ever Gilgamesh. I gotta figure out how to like reliably pronounce my own character name. Honestly. It throws me off a little bit because I think of Octavia first. The Gilgamesh in 9 feels separate from the Gilgamesh in a lot of the other ones, but it's unclear. According to the website that I took the name from, it's Octavie. Or Octavie, actually. Because it's A as in bat or can. There's also a guy in Final Fantasy VI who's like Gilgamesh but isn't. Kind of. There's Siegfried and also Siegfried, who's like the joke version of Siegfried. Oh right, I just remembered. You can use wide scan in town to find specific NPCs. Azaccio is over here. I feel like they should have broken that rule specifically for Gilgamesh. Honestly. But I guess that is true. He doesn't like purposefully planeswalk around. Usually. He just like... For some reason I am blanking on the term for the Magic the Gathering like planeswalk gate type situation that exists now. that people can just walk into places and elsewhere. Omen paths. Greg just keeps running into omen paths or being teleported by X-Death or whatever. You want to be an adventurer, do you? Well, you've got a long way to go, I reckon. I too once took up arms for honor and country, but it was all in vain. I hoped to defend the nation. I tasted glory, but behind their smiles people grew jealous. I lost my family and my comrades deserted me. Soon I realized that all I did, everything I fought for, was in vain. I left the ranks for good. But of late, the beastmen rise and challenge. Again, many may lose dear friends and family to the storms of war. I thought then of preventing such tragedy from happening again. Fortunately, an answer came to me. I decided to teach my survival techniques to brave youths like yourself. If you wish to learn them, you must prove your worthiness to me. Nah. Because I'm just going to give you this introductory letter instead. I accidentally talked to you again. I assume this is the normal sub-job quest, otherwise. Oh wait, it's not, it's like a key item, so I probably can't just hand it to you. I probably have to accept anyway. Wait, Axel Guilty Gear is Vicky from Suikoden? What? Alright, I'll accept your funny quest. First, bring me a damsel flyworm. A Gilgamesh's introductory letter would be fine too if you can find one. I have great news for you. As promised, I will now instruct you in a most precious skill. I call it a support job. Listen well to learn its secrets. Support jobs are undertaken anywhere you normally change jobs, and you must already be proficient in a job before you can declare it your support job. Furthermore, the effective level of your support job can never exceed half that of your main job. Asterisk. Also, since it's merely a support job, you'll never advance through experience. I shall give an example. Let us say you've attained level 20 as a warrior and level 10 as a white mage. You would obviously declare your main job warrior and your support job white mage. In this example, you fight as a warrior of 20 levels and a white mage 10 levels lower. Thus, you would be performing both jobs to their maximum potential. In contrast, if you declared white mage your main job and warrior support job, things would be very different. Since you'd only have 10 levels of experience as a white mage, your potential as a warrior would be reduced to half that of your main job, thus 5. Not a wise decision, is it? Well, yes, because you have to level warrior. You have to level everything in order to make sure that you can use them as support jobs effectively. And also, I believe in the current game, the modern game, you can achieve master levels which allow you to use a support job at its full power, I think? So you can eventually be a 99/99 situation with item level 119. That's my understanding anyway. Similarly, you wouldn't want to make your support job something you've never done before. If your support job level is less than half of that of your main job, your undeveloped skills would not make a difference. Remember this well. I recommend you choose a support job that covers your main job's weaknesses. Nope, incorrect. Or that enhances its strengths. Yes, that's the meta. Good job. You did it. I realize that there is much to remember, my people. Yeah, I'm fine. Very good. Now try your hand at a support job. You'll find it helpful in your journeys, I'm sure. Yippee. I'm pretty sure that in all instances, the only accepted way by guide writers in the community to use a support job is to make it bolster the strengths of your main one. In any game that has a subclass system, there is, like, they always say, oh, if you wanted to, you could be like fighter plus wizard in order to have like a little bit of support magic for your fighting job. And this is never correct. Nobody ever actually does this in any game where it's possible. In every instance, people will be like, I would rather be fighter plus other melee in order to have twice as good melee, or 1.5 times as good melee. Plus, in the case of this game, if you want to be a warrior slash white mage, paladin is right there, which is already that as one job. So that example, I guess, was I think Paladin's in the base game. I think that example was listed while Paladin was accessible. It's a little bit weird, I suppose. I believe that what this would have me do is continue forward in Rhapsodies a little bit more. Yeah, this specific one would have me continue through the Norg cutscene, I think. The Guild Wars 1 manual example of cross-class skills was Bow Warrior with Meteor Shower? What? That's complete nonsense. You'd have to triple class to like use a bow effectively as a warrior that was also elementalist? Huh? Fascinating. Guild Wars 1 is on that list of things maybe to stream at some point in the future. What if my entire thing becomes streaming the entirety of MMOs? Or something like that. Yeah, I thought Paladin existed. That set of jobs should be available pretty soon because I'm supposed to be heading to Juneau soonish, I think. I believe I already have a map of Norg, but this guide advises me to buy one if I don't. From Ludwig. Oh, it was Sword Warrior. I think that does make it a little better, if only because Warrior, like, naturally has sword ability. Whereas Bow, like, Marksman is a ranger thing. Unless there's a specific Warrior bow that exists, because there are some weird weapons like that in Guild Wars 1 at this point. I was playing Guild Wars 1 a little bit recently, but then I got distracted by like 50 other games as usual. I am not successfully noticing the specific person I'm meant to talk to. Was I reading the wrong name? Oh, Lombaria. Ludwig is in Mara. Okay. I was looking for the wrong name. So directly north of me. I'm not entirely sure what jobs I'm interested in, but Bard was one I was thinking about. It would be on brand with the name I've chosen, if nothing else. Double checking to see if I have the Serpent Grotto. That sounds familiar for some reason. It looks like I already have the Norg map. So my current job level situation is, well, that's a very small window. 15 warrior, 11 white mage, 1 red mage, 17 monk and black mage, 24 thief. So I guess I should just go slap warrior on as a sub job. For right now. Can you only have like a certain amount of favorite teleport locations? Because oh wait, there's the add to favorites. Might as well. I wonder if equipping a sub job unequips all of your gear. Probably not. But also I wouldn't be too surprised. It doesn't? Alright, fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense. I enjoy watching the Moogle spin indefinitely after changing your job. They just kind of do this forever. I think the ideal amount of progress I would like to make today would be to reach the point where I can unlock a whole bunch of extra jobs, and that'll give me something to do when I'm not streaming the game, if I am to commit to streaming more of it. Which may very well mean that, like, I won't be able to stream for 2 weeks, and then when I get back I'll have like 7 jobs at level 50, and I'll just be like staring at the camera and shrugging as much as I can do that, which I can't because I haven't made a shrugging pose for myself in this digital realm. But you know, you'll get the idea. Right. Back to Selvina. So, according to this guide, the next suggestion is to go to Norg, experience the cutscenes, get your Rhapsody key item, make sure to hit all the home points in survival guide because it's difficult to get back to Norg unless you do that, and then proceed to Juno. Seems to be the general idea. The guide also recommends that you poke your toe into Abyssia for like 0.1 seconds in order to start an invisible timer that ticks and accumulate a resource that will only matter when you actually care about Abyssia. Something like that. We're setting sail for Norg, landlubber. Hopefully you can handle the rough seas. Hoist the sails, mateys, we're off. I don't think your boat has any sails on it, from what I could see there. I do, in fact, have the map. I see we have comedy pirate music happening. I like that the vault is the auction house. That's fun. Okay, that's the exit. I was mistaken. I believe nomad moogles are a way to access all of your Mog House functions wherever, so I really didn't have to go back there to change my jobs, but still. I cannot help but be reminded of Sestasha a little bit by this area's layout and terrain. Alright, got the home points in the survival guide. Might as well just talk to everyone. The Sahagin have built a special door that can only be opened with a Sahagin key. Alright. There's a temple full of tonberries in the jungle. You must possess a chocobo license and have a high enough job level to ride a chocobo. Oh yeah, they are pretty good. So here's one downside of me using the official launcher for the purposes of streaming the game. There is no in-game option to remove the mount music. So whenever I get a mount, the area music will be destroyed violently anytime I sit on a crab or whatever. And it will be unavoidable without me using third-party tools. Now, I suppose you could argue that it would be fine to use third-party tools as long as they were not obvious. Like they didn't have widgets all over the screen, perhaps, but you know. Probably best not to risk it. Guild shop. I could pay $55,000 for special lacquer. I have no grasp of what crafting or the economy is like in this game. That guy just says, "Get out of my face." Ogugu is here. There's a lot going on around here, huh? These people are identical. Mage Vod. Magafod? Lots of people talking about tonberries around here, or at least two. It doesn't look like I'm in any... Do tonberries, like, apply some sort of grudge status ailment to you that you can only remove by speaking to specific people? Or something? That's really funny if so. Not a status ailment, but I'm... Sounds like I'm close, though. Chivivi. Why do you speak like Jar Jar Binks, Chivivi? I'm concerned about this. Cut it out. Stop that. They have an ability called Everybody's Grudge. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that's really funny. I assume you have to like pay to remove the tonberry counter. Anyway. Did you get bumped about by the waves on your way here, Octavi? No matter, the boss will be waiting inside for you. My equipment changed back. Oh, would you look who's decided to join us? Master. Hey, why did my headgear appear back on my face? It was gone a second ago. I am both humbled and honored to be able to exchange words with you once more. I followed your instructions to the letter. Months upon years have I toiled, seeking guidance from both man and the heavens, never once letting my training or dedication falter. All this I have done so that we may meet once more. Unworthy though your disciple Iroha may be, her words and emotions are true. Master? You got krill in your ears, girl? She's calling you our master. What kind of master runs around forgetting who their pupils are? You mean to say you don't remember her at all? What's all this malarkey? Do not get angry at her. It is only natural that she not remember me. I have wholly lost track of what year this is. 884, correct? This time is many, many years before I came to be, and my presence here is somewhat of an anomaly. Did you hit your head before I found you floating adrift or something? Yeah, Iroha shows up in 14's crossover with 11. You mean to say that you haven't been born yet? Then how'd you get here? I come from an age far in the future when Vana'diel stands on a precipice, and the Master is the only one who can guide me. So you mean to say that Octavi is this master of yours? And from that outfit you're wearing, I'd wager you were born in the Far East. That is correct. I am the guardian of Reisenjima Sanctorium, and I have a strong link with the heavens as its chief priestess. I know the particulars of the Eastern faith are a bit foreign to the rest of us, but Altana remains a central figure even there. So that'd make your religious authority then. And let me guess, the power of the spirits sent you back to our time? They sent me adrift so that I may prevent the darkness which has engulfed my era. What's this then? You're going to have to be a bit more straightforward. Does this mean that the beastmen end up victorious in the end, or is it something far more nefarious? Master, do I have your leave to show them our reality? That's probably best. By your will. In the age from whence I hail, Vana'diel is gripped in the vice of fear. In my homeland, we refer to it as emptiness, a blanket of darkness that infects all it touches. The Master and her comrades strove tirelessly for a brighter future, and their tale is known by all in time. Many months and years passed. I came to be in this world and trained diligently under the Master's gentle hand. Yet it was not long before the skies began to cloud, both figuratively and literally. It descended like a thick miasma, stifling the land under a blanket of silence. I looked into the Master's eyes and could see the truth. My homeland was not the only victim. Guan, Mindartia, Adulan. The end times were upon us, and both man and goddess were powerless to stop it. Sounds bad. But then how did you survive? The Master and my father sacrificed themselves. My mother is from an island known as Reisenjima, the land where the final struggle took place. Vanquishing the emptiness was but a fantasy. It was all I could do to erect a barrier to halt its advance. A Pyrrhic victory indeed, as the walls of Reisenjima's sanctorum could do naught but echo back my own solitary cries. I was trapped for several years when a spirit descended from the heavens to alight on a nearby brazier. He told me that there was only one speck of hope that could save us. The Master. I was to find the Master and join my light with hers. The spirits opened a path for me, guiding me back here to this point in Vana'diel's history. Master, I would like to give you this, lest I forget to do so at a later juncture. From what you told me, there will be many trials posed to you before you finally set foot in the land you know today as the Far East. Keep this by your side, and the path will remain open to you always. Follow its guidance, and it will lead you unfailingly to my time. However, now just hang on a minute. If we just follow it without doing anything else, we'll just end up at your apocalyptic future where you're the only one left alive, right? That is correct. However, the Master surely has the capacity to experience both futures. One with the emptiness and one without. Please, find a way to... I cannot stay long. Okay, bye. What in blazes? Tavi, I can't make heads or tails of this whole thing. Think she's telling the truth? Well, with my absolutely zero experience in anything regarding this realm, sure, why not? This warrants further study. I'll see if my agents can pick up on anything. I had never been too good at dealing with complex twists and turns. Give me some time to collect me thoughts. Obtained key item, Reisenjima Sanctorium Orb. It's temporary. Examine. A pale yellow orb given to you by Iroha that can light the way to the future. Yeah, I can't believe all she had to do to undo that timeline was speak to me one time. Oh wait, did my mask become visible again because I equipped the sub job? Did it dispel my glamour? That would make sense, maybe. My brain briefly forgot the command. Yes, it did. I just didn't notice because the mask is fairly invisible from this angle. I believe I simply go to the door a second time immediately. Maybe there is something to that tale Iroha spun. There have been more and more oddities happening of late. All manner of never-before-seen beasts, people getting lost in places that look familiar but are somehow a bit off, and so much more that I could mention. First I figured the beastmen were behind it all, but now I'm not so sure. I gotta take stock of the situation and dig up any common threads. Ideally, you'd be wanting to talk to my daughter, Lion. Bit of a tomboy, that one, but there are none in the Middle Lands that could match her clue-gathering skills. It's just a small question of where she ran off to this time. We made Norg our headquarters about 30 years ago. He bolted out of here a couple of days ago, asserting that the best way to ascertain the Beastman Confederate's plans was to put our feelers amongst allies in the three nations. It stands to reason, then, that she's either in Bastock, Sandoria, or Windurst. You might run across her during the course of some Beastman-related missions. Back to your home nation and follow up on that thread first. So wait, this is like at least somewhat organized in a way that respects the main game progression, because it's telling me to go do the main game now. It's telling me go do the MSQ from the base game. I wonder if this would be different if I were doing it later. Obtained a key item, Rhapsody in White. This is the main thing we were doing this for. Oh, the job gestures are all in here. Colorful images float before your eyes as you listen to this ancient tune. So, the Rhapsody key items are the ones that give you permanent passive bonuses and unlocks for your account. Is what I or not your account, but your character specifically. I think. So what this does is 30% bonus to experience and limit points gain, 100% increase to combat and magic skill gain. Forever, always. And then reduction in the amount of tabs required for the following effects: Homing Instinct, Repatriation, White Magic stuff, Field Recipe, etc., etc. Increase of one to the maximum number of 4 alter egos able to be called forth at once. That's such a weird way of phrasing that, Final Fantasy XI Wiki. But, you can summon an extra trust NPC, is what it's trying to say. Also, 80% reduction in gil consumed by home points, and addition of items for sale by curio vendor Moogles located in the three nations. That's one of the Rhapsody key items. There's like 7 more of them or something. Categories Rhapsody key item, let's see. Yeah, this is Rhapsody in White. There's also Umber, Azure, Crimson, Emerald, Mauve, Fuchsia, Puce, Osher, and then Scintillating Rhapsody. Ochre, I guess, not Osher. What do the rest of these do? So the next one is another 30% bonus to experience and limit point gains, and the ability to summon trusts in quests where you previously couldn't. The third one is another bonus to experience and limit points, a bonus to Unity accolade gains, removal of the lockout on re-entering Dynamis. I don't know the significance of that. Reduction of the amount of time between issuance of Imperial Army ID tags to 10 minutes of Earth time. I don't know the significance of that one either. And so on. They're all this sort of thing, basically. Everything gets more convenient, generally speaking. Once you get Rhapsody and Crimson, you can summon another Trust NPC. And so forth, and so forth. So, I have a separate chart that is about how to go through this in a way that makes any sense. I believe what we just did was Rhapsodies 1-6. I think. Yeah, that gives Rhapsody in white. So according to this other chart that I have, it makes sense to go through Rhapsodies 1-7 through 1-11 after obtaining rank 3 in your home nation. That's what it says. I believe they are actually still updating this game, and I feel like it's not impossible that they will like make some of these baseline at some point, because I think one of their stated goals is to improve the new player experience. But I'm not entirely sure. I believe that goal was stated months ago and the updates are rather slow. Probably they have a small team on this game at this point. So let's see. I do still have to do that. And yeah, I'm at 1-7 in Rhapsodies. Huh. I didn't realize that part was recent. Interesting. All that said, I believe my next goal is actually to go to Juno. So, a nice thing about this new player guide is that, much like you were talking about a second ago, Samantha, you can choose to either like not do the quest line and get the original experience, or do the quest line to get some bonuses or whatever. This guide actually accounts for and recommends walking to locations first, even though that there is a way to easily teleport to places you haven't been yet. For example, in order to get to Juno, this guide says that you could use the modern convenience of talking to the Unity Concord NPC and selecting Bring Me to a Wanted Encounter area, and then turn around and walk directly into the city. Or, if you want the classic 2005 experience, walk instead. Buy some Silent Oil and Prism powder from the Curio Vendor Moogle, which is something I unlocked the ability to use or buy just now. You can use these to cast self-targeted Sneak and Invisible. We had those in 2005 and they were always recommended for stuff like this, so it's not cheating, says the guide. But if you're walking, teleport back to a survival guide you touched earlier and continue onwards via one of these routes. So, for Bastock, we need to go to Kronstadt Highlands and then go to Pasho Marshlands, then to Rolandberry Fields, and then to Lower Juno. I see, I see. Yeah, you can... I believe Thief also gets some sort of sneaking ability at some point, but I don't have it yet. Curio Vendor Moogles sell items once you get to certain points in Rhapsodies of Vana'diel. Okay, so they don't have a purpose before that. So... okay. Out of curiosity, Sneak and Invisible, and then I guess Deodorize also apply to several of the ways monsters detect you, but I guess there is no way to, other than having full HP, I guess, to be invisible to the monsters that detect health loss? Is that true? Or is it just like have full HP and it's fine? Curio Moogle should be around here, I believe. And you can see, well, you might be able to see, it only costs 100 to teleport now instead of 500. Not bad. There they are. You have a variety of options, I see. So let's see. I'm capable of... oh, the bandolier I found is not an outlier in how ammunition works. You like buy quivers and stuff and they do the same sort of thing. At least in this case. So I could buy bolt quivers and such, actually. Interesting. Also ninjutsu tools, which will be useful because apparently you have to have ammo for all of your special ninja abilities, I think. You can buy scrolls of warp and re-raise and so on here. I'm checking a wiki. You can buy... oh, there's chest keys. That makes sense, actually. But for some reason I didn't expect it. Eventually you're able to buy equipment from this. And various key items. Interesting. Ah, I see. Fair enough. So, medicine. I guess the deodorizer isn't as important, but so I'll leave it. Check out this guy named Enduro with his cool scythe. So let's see. Right, I need the survival guide rather than the... Right, it's in the mines. I keep forgetting. Oh, right, also magic aggro. That's another aggro type that I forgot about. But I assume to avoid that, you simply do not cast a spell. It would be very funny if there were monsters with like very high magic aggro range next to something you would be casting Sneak to avoid, thus requiring you to use the item to not be destroyed by something. I would think it was funny anyway. I don't know how much I will actually need these sneaking tools. I guess it depends on what level monsters are where I'm going. Oh, only 10 tabs to teleport now. Also, oh, that's a Benzio. I was summoning them earlier. But yes, I should go northeast to the marshlands. Evidently. Very well, I shall do this. I don't think I need to summon anyone here. Let us explore the wonderful lands of Venedial without just teleporting to our destination. There's something really charming about just the areas of this game. I really like how this game looks visually, as opposed to how it looks some other way. I don't know why I added visually to that. It's the aesthetic in general. I'm also like endlessly charmed by Play Online, even though it's a clunky mess. It's like the whole entire interface of it is quite good. I enjoy in Play Online a lot of the strange options you have for your like profile choices. And in fact, I'm going to make a point of like, if not on this stream, potentially on a later one, like streaming the Play Online launcher a little bit, just so we can take a look at it for a second. I've most recently, like, I don't know why I said most, but recently I kind of like updated my profile to have mostly actual like accurate interests, but before I had my interests listed as like lifestyle, winning prizes, and stuff like that. I left one of my interests as the abacus though. I feel like it's important to keep that there. One of the categories for interests that you can set is weekends. I'm interested in weekends. In my current state, a weekend and a weekday are the same to me. But, you know, saying I was interested in weekends would have been accurate before. There's like a campfire going on over there. Are these guys too weak to be worthwhile? Okay, they don't care. It's just a fun little campfire with a bit of a strange campfire noise. Sounds more like something is crawling or crumbling than a campfire. But alright. I mean, I guess a campfire would be something crumbling. Not crawling, though, I think. Hopefully your campfire is not crawling around. That would be concerning, I think. Into the marshlands. Oh. I'm starting to get the impression that a lot of this game's areas are ambient noise more than having music. I don't know what these suspicious people are about. This looks like a nice area. The specific, like, this, like... God, you're right, it does really look like a Monster Hunter zone specifically. Red Queen Rathion's gonna show up. Bog Bunny. Seems like easy prey. Okay, we have actual fighting happening here. I assume the suggestion for the sneak and invisible items was in case you wanted to run straight there and not fight anything. But they don't know what kind of video game player I am. I think this tank sucks, if I remember right. Maybe. Although, like, the ambient frog sound is nice. Melee is still the only healer that I have, I believe. And why not one of the 3 Chantotos that exist? I don't have the good one, I have the one with a scythe. A perfect world order shall arise, one that exists solely for our pleasure, all the way to the skies. That's her sort of rhyming. She doesn't care about meter, only rhyming. When I say I don't have the good Shantoto, earlier in the stream, someone had the, like, Super Saiyan Shantoto or whatever the heck, who, according to some guides I've seen, is the best damage dealing trust by a mile, quote unquote. Easy prey. Ah, the standard Gubu. Tough, has low evasion. Yeah, Domina Shantoto, whatever that means. Before it was brought up that this looks like a Monster Hunter area, I was just gonna say that, like, with me being the only person on screen and with the relatively low cliffs, it's raining. It just made me feel like some sort of giant, mostly. Easy prey, low evasion. But evidently, the, okay, I'm getting sidetracked immediately. But, like, there were some times in Final Fantasy XIV where I would just shut off the area music and listen to the ambience and appreciate it. And this game just makes you do that. And I'm a sucker for ambient, like, nature, weather sounds and stuff like that. Seems like a decent challenge. I think I'm in a level range where this place isn't too bad. Maybe. It's a little bit of a hiking simulator. Oh, the bridges over the marsh. Delightful. And the little windmills. Oh, a pugil. That's another enemy that's also in 14. I don't think these leeches are. That's a fish I know. Yeah. Huh? Hmm? I guess that's fine. Also, you know, there's just like this over here, the planar rift. You feel a mysterious energy seeping forth from an unknown source. However, your presence does not seem to elicit a reaction. Oh, these even have ambient sound that they make. I think that the sound design of some parts of 11 is something where it just completely wins over 14, 100%. Because I'm pretty sure that like in this game, one of the earliest examples I can think of, like bees, you can hear them buzzing when they're next to you. I'm pretty sure in 14 there aren't any enemies who produce ambient noise. Or at least I never notice it or think about it. Like, you can hear the buzzing now because we're next to a gadfly. I don't think 14 does. There are, but it's rare. I feel like this game is really focused on the ambience of its areas in some ways. Enemies only have footstep sounds and they're mixed really low. That makes sense, I suppose. We generally want to head, like, northeast, I suppose. Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh, hey, crawlers. Oh, hey, Marlboro. Seems tough. Yeah, that makes sense. Seems like a decent challenge. Okay, so there's some things in here that are nothing to sneeze at. But I think if I stick to the road, or the path generally, it might not be too bad. I stole a silver beast coin. I don't know what that's for. Also, something that's cute in this game that might just be like an engine limitation or something, but it's endearing. Magic and similar effects don't deal damage until the animation is done. Very similar to classic Final Fantasy in that way. You find a seed spall Luna. What the heck is that? Part of the seed crystal recovered from the marshlands. It shines with the soft luminescence of an autumn moon. That sounds like a quest item. Maybe. It's marked as like rare and unique, so that's not a nothing item. This area is just really pleasant to run through. Also, I'm sure 14 has like different footstep noises and stuff, but I'm noticing that there are definitely very squishy marsh footstep sounds here. We have like the reeds and stuff. How pleasant. And some various flower. Like, somehow, even though the area isn't particularly complicated and arguably rather empty, it has an identity, and I like it. Somehow I feel as though the identity of these areas is enhanced by them not having any background music. Okay, so that's just like a water elemental existing occasionally makes that noise. Eventually we'll reach the era where people have nostalgia for this particular time of video game enough to make things that are retro in a way inspired by these. Eventually someone will be like, retro PS2 graphics. Like, we made it out of retro pixel graphics only and into like retro low poly graphics. We don't have a lot of retro, like, PS2 era graphics. And for some freaking reason, we don't have anyone trying to emulate the gameplay of Phantasy Star Online 1. Still. Well, Atlas might be a little bit close to that. Atlas is also a very anti-Robin game in some ways. It's got a specific sort of audience that I am not. With its character creation and design, is what I will say about it. But I think it does have a little bit of a PSO1 gameplay style from what I've heard. A little bit. I'm often thinking about how there aren't enough games that are like trying to evoke the same feelings of PSO1 because I'm always disappointed with how PSO2 has gone. Or like even Phantasy Star Universe or Phantasy Star Portable would be good to emulate. Those are still good. PSO2 sort of started becoming a mess a little bit, and then NGS was it's mostly nothing. There's like nothing to it. But anyway, let's enjoy the wetland. I'm not sure where the danger was supposed to be. That would require me to be invisible. Who the heck is this? Ballista points, ballista point ranking. I don't know what you're talking about. I think ballista was mentioned earlier by someone somewhere. I forgot. Maybe the next area will be a bit dangerous. Maybe I just happen to be high enough level that it's fine. Fog bunny. I'm a little sad that the rain sound seems to have like faded out. And there was just like, there was a little bit of it to announce that it was raining and it didn't persist. Almost to the outpost. That would make sense, I think. There's probably like a lot of zones in this game, so it's probably pretty easy to mix them up. Wrong book. We need to speak to this book. However, we can use this other book in order to check the danger of this area. What's the last page in the book? Target level range 22 to 25. That's about where I'm at. Okay. Not too bad of an area. Oh. Right. I'm surprised nothing else here is aggroing me, like, on site. Yeah, that makes sense. Goblins seem very prone to fighting in this game. Goblin Gambler. Are we still gonna try to fight me? Maybe not? Wind. So we need to proceed through Rolandberry Fields next. And this should connect to Lower Juno. Ooh, music is back. I think some areas not having music makes me appreciate when music shows up more as well. What's this area like? 36 to 37 is the highest level enemy here. And Juno is all the way north. There's also the Fountain of Promises and the Fountain of Partings, which seems relatively ominous. This is a nice peaceful song. Perhaps this is the area where I will want to sneak around. Death Wasp. Seems tough. Alright, yeah, maybe. Maybe it's time for sneaky. Wait. Oh, you can only use one or wait, do I use Silent Oil and then Invisible? Or can they just not both exist? Okay, yeah, Invisible wore off because I used something else. Oops. But yeah, this is Rolandberry Fields. We're headed to Juno. It seems like these effects last for 8 or 9 minutes. Here's the Rolandberry Fields themselves. Yeah, silence then invisible. Enemies here generally seems tough, it would seem. More Gubu. More Quadov. Yeah, I have just learned this. I will try to remember it. Honestly, I could probably make a macro that uses silence and then invisible. And like, keep it in mind that way, perhaps. That would be an idea. Basically, I just need to follow the road. I don't really need to bother checking the map too much. Just keep north in mind. We can take a leisurely tour of the zone. That was a quad of doing it. Doing a magic spell, I believe. Enemies just sort of do that sometimes. They surprise you with a sound. I don't think I actually have 100% full HP, so it'd be very funny if there's like one undead on the way there. Yeah, I'm missing like 25. So once I get to Juno, by following this path, I believe I have access to like a number of advanced jobs. According to this guide, it looks like at level 30, you get access to the quests for Paladin, Dark Knight, Beastmaster, Bard, Ranger, Samurai, Ninja, Dragoon, and Summoner, which is quite a selection. And if you're mostly familiar with 14, not all of those behave in the same way. Like Bard and Ranger are separate instead of the single job, for example. And also Dark Knight is DPS instead of a tank. Paladin is still a tank though. Ninja was a tank in this game for a time, but not intentionally, and I don't know if they still are. But that's a funny piece of history I'm aware of, at least a little bit. They were a tank because they could, like, evade stuff so reliably, I think. Classic evade tank archetype, but not on purpose, I think. I believe this guide says that they can tank. This says, Ninja is a flexible job with a wide variety of options. It can deal decent physical damage and can cast ninjutsu spells to add magic damage as well. It can also be a decent tank, as its Utsusemi ninjutsu allows it to automatically evade most attacks, even some spells. So it doesn't seem like it's primarily a tank anymore. But it still has the ability to do so, or to be a tank in a pinch. I guess there's another survival guide up there I should go grab while I'm wandering about. Was ninja with a sub-job of warrior the way to do it before? A ninja warrior, if you will. Time to learn if interacting with a book dispels my... hello, Atomos. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about Atomos just being in places. That's normal, I think. Does interacting with this book dispel my invisibility? You cannot use that command while invisible. No, but also yes. Okay, now I have to learn how to dispel things on purpose. Easy. The Atomos is how you get to Abyssia. Okay. That makes sense. Oh wow, while you're invisible, you're entirely unable to see. That's a scary thought. Seem to have accidentally targeted myself. There we go. If I ever decide to make like a playlist of music for the lobby that's not just like all the midis that I have or all the play online stuff, if I just like make more general lobby playlists or like intermission playlists or whatever, I think Final Fantasy XI area themes would be a good choice. This is a chill intermission type of song right now. Perhaps that would put my audience to sleep though. I think back in the day, some people told me that they fell asleep to like my ancient YouTube videos or something. That's probably something that happened. At some point in my career, I became chill. Long ago, when I did not yet identify as a girl and my primary inspiration was Raocow. I doubt people fell asleep to my videos when I was being goofy in that specific way. A ninja black mage, wildly kitted out with damage boosting gear for each of the elemental ninjutsu. That does sound very powerful. I saw that when I was looking at how class abilities work and seeing that like ninjutsu weakened resistance to the next element in the chain. And like knowing that ninja tools I think need to be equipped in the ammo slot. I wasn't actually sure how that worked. Do you just have to like macro it to equip the correct tool before using the ability? I guess that's not too bad to do, especially since like apparently the way it works is equipping individual things in macros has no delay, but equip sets are. Oh, you just have to have them. Never mind then. I wonder if you can equip them. I wonder if you could like put them all in your wardrobe and like cycle through them with macros to save inventory space. I don't know. Anyway, here's Juno. Start a crystalline prophecy? What the heck is that? No. Oh, wait. Examine the tale's beginning in Lower Juno when you wish to start a crystalline prophecy. Oh hey, I recognize this place from when I looked up Final Fantasy XI streams to see if there were any obvious use of third-party tools on them, to determine whether or not I would be destroyed utterly for suggesting that I use those. Of course, I was looking at the official stream when I saw Juno, so of course there weren't any. But you know, still. Anyway, we're here now. There's a lot to look around. Or words are difficult to say. There's a lot to look at and do around here, probably. Double checking what this guide says. Basically just like look around, apparently. Crystalline Prophecy is apparently a side story not canon to the other mission lines. We should be able to get a mount in here. Oh, there's tools that are usable for multiple ninjutsu and tool bags and stuff now. Okay. So, there's a lot to look at here. I see. Honestly, let's just like look around. That's what I'm here to do, really, is to look around the game of Final Fantasy XI. Oh, you could tell me about weather. Alright. I think Juno's in 14's raids for 11, right? Perhaps? Yeah, it does have the same shape as a Final Fantasy XIV dungeon, but tish. Rimshot sound effect. The joke is that it's a straight line. Did you get it? You must wait another 40 days to perform that action is a hell of a message to get when talking to some random guy. Oh, welcome to the plaid dimension. I was pondering whether or not the background of the stream should occasionally just shuffle itself.
Did I get the joke?
Most likely.
Talking to this guy named Grayson says you have to wait another 40 days to perform that action. Presumably due to like account age or something. Is that a baby Taru who's like the smallest creature that's ever existed? I think so. This is a Taru child, and they are not up to my knee. For the record, I am a medium-sized elven. When you create your character, there aren't that many options in this game, but you can select small, medium, and large for your size. It does not let you preview what this means, but you can select it. Oh, these kids are... One of these kids is complaining about how they smell, and the other one says that the chocobo will get mad, and the chocobo runs over to them. That's very silly. Gurdurn. I used to watch the harbor filled with ships, but ever since the airships came, those days are gone. Progress is a good thing, but it's still sad. Something about that particular line of dialogue feels extremely Final Fantasy IX to me, and I don't know why. I guess this place feels a little bit like Lindblom in some ways. Book? Oh, this is to resume. There's a bard or two. Is that the most elaborate way to spell the name Kim that I've ever seen? Possibly. The surname Glesba sounds like someone stumbling absolutely all the way over their keyboard to announce that they're a lesbian to me. Though. It's like that one ancient meme where someone just tries to say that they're a lesbian for like 5 separate messages and eventually just says girl or something like that. Lesbiab. For a mere 10 gil, I'd recall your past, but I find you're lacking in cash or fame. Are you the title NPC then? No, you're the same. Yeah, it's okay, take your time, that's right. It's been a while since I've seen that. Bogharg. I love character names. Goblet Shop. I like how Bogharg's dialogue is basically, I like diversity, but I'm still racist. It's weird speaking to goblins that don't have the 14 speech gimmick, though. I was not ready for that. They still have the same sort of... Like, after being so used to Final Fantasy XIV goblins, just walking up to one who goes, "Hey, how you doing?" is pretty funny, I would say. Mazes? Ah, alright, see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Probably won't be streaming for too much longer, but I probably will stream more of Final Fantasy XI in the future. I remember the name Goblin Gavat specifically because a bard guide I looked at said it was a worthless song and not to use it. Enhances resistance against bind. That's very specific. You have a number of very specific abilities. You hear about those cavernous maws? These goblins don't think highly of me because I don't know anything. Game table. Adventure roll die. Ah, you can gamble. Or something. People don't know who I am because I haven't done anything. Various store and shop. Juno's built on ancient ruins of bridges that nobody knows why they exist. That's cool. I've heard of the Brown Mage, and I don't wish to meet them. I'm not excited for this. Ah, deliveries. Yeah, I'm just mostly like wandering around and taking in the sights. Weapons imbued with the power of runes. There's a quest that only one player per day can perform. That's incredible. Huh. I don't know what that guy's talking about. Oh no, look, it's Demon Reaper, the regular guy. And Dandog. Upper Juno is where we really want to go, I think. But there's also a crystal up here, okay. What is this person wearing? That's quite an outfit. Not sure what's going on there. Ah, I think this is a person who might have generated a name. Both of these people, perhaps. Not this one. I think mostly...
I wonder how I would sound reciting the funny meme. Aha hem, I'm a lesbian. Lesbia. Lesbian. Girls.
Sounds pretty normal, really. It's good to think about the meme. I think probably what I'll be doing is I'll do stuff like unlock mount and various jobs and whatnot off camera. Is that some stuff I can do now, I think? But I just want to like take a look around. This is sort of the winding down period of the stream. There's an Archduke apparently. Here's a Taro with absolutely no speech gimmick. Pretty close to one that has a speech gimmick. Children are being taught racism. That's not great. The dark plague grows ever stronger. Yeah, alright, sure. Lots of things are happening. Deadly minnow. Yeah, alright. I get the idea, generally, of Juno. I will grab the other home points that are around here, I suppose. Murila? That's a name that you can generate in... oh. You're a cutscene. Hey, you there. You wouldn't happen to have a little time up your sleeve, would you? I'm looking for some assistance, you see. I just talked to you because your name was Murila. I have to find out if these people are carrying a certain type of mirror. Look at the size of this list. Have you ever seen so many names? I could really use some help. What do you say? Sure? Really? What a generous soul you are. Take a look at this list. I want you to choose one person and see what information you can dig up on them. You think you can handle that? Also, this is a good look at how Mithra appear compared to Mikote. They're a little bit more fuzzy. Ridiculously long, isn't it? And this list is only for Juno. Makes my tail droop just thinking about it. First choose a page, then pick a name. Are you on this list for some reason? No, I can't troll you in that way. I'm arbitrarily picking Timmy. You're choosing Pimmy Ketu? Sure, why not? Great, time to put your detective hat on. Oh, and the mirror? It's one of several rare treasures that we've been searching for. I'll tell you some more about it once you bring me some information. Better be on your way while the trail's still warm. Oh, I don't know what that's about. I guess I'll find out. Maybe. Unlisted quads. That's the quest name. I don't think just any quest is given, like, a cutscene, so maybe that is something. But I don't know. I just talked to her because I recognize that Murayla is one of the last names that a Keeper of the Moon can have in 14's default name situation. I think there are some NPCs with that name, but I don't quite remember. Oh, we're dancing over here? Having a fun time? Is this maybe how you unlock Dancer or something? I don't think that's available to me at this time, so it'd be weird if it was here anyway. That would make sense. The weather NPCs are very dramatic in this game, it would seem. Everyone loves the Juno clock tower. Oh, there's a clock tower over there. I wonder if the hands actually move. Juno seems like a neat place. I mentioned earlier there were some Final Fantasy IX types of vibes. It's somewhere between, like, Treno and Lindblum, somehow. But I think that will probably be enough Final Fantasy XI for today. It's been almost 6 hours. It's neat to experience this game. I'm enjoying it so far, and I will probably stream more since, like, there wasn't much going on early in the stream and I was uncertain. But once there were people here, it seemed to be going pretty well. Oh, the residential area is different here? Huh. It has actual furniture? Strange. Unusual. Thank you for petting Calico. I knew it.
Hue shifted.
I knew that would happen somehow. Calico always turning blue. Yeah, I guess this isn't my house. But anyway. thank you for watching. This has been Final Fantasy XI, exploring the video game, learning, doing stuff, etc., etc. I will probably stream more of this in the future, and I hope to also stream some other stuff in the near future. Hopefully I will be able to stream more in general. It has been a bit of a struggle lately, but hey, this is the second time this week. That's pretty good. Oh, what server I'm on? I'm on Bahamut. But yeah, this has been, as I said, Final Fantasy XI. If you enjoyed the stream, I suppose I should say, feel free to press any of the various funny buttons on the website, such as follow, subscribe, donate, Patreon, whatever. But also, you don't have to do any of that, and your viewership is support by itself. I'd also appreciate it if you would spread the word if you like the stream. Recommend it to your friends. Recommend it to your dog. Recommend it to your cat. Tell them to make my numbers go up. Your cat will understand this, probably. All that said, I hope that you all have a good rest of your day or night. Or day and or night, in case you're going to have both of those. And I will see you again whenever the next stream is, and whatever it may be. Good night, everyone.